Hello, hello. It is Leah Simone with Intuitively Simone. Welcome back to our channel, yours, mine, and the divine. You guys, I have already been getting so much just before I started recording this video, so this might be kind of a long intro, but we're going to do a pick a card today to see the truth behind your fear. And the intention of this is not to stir anybody up, because I was getting energy of someone being fearful of being exposed. Someone here, they might have a fear of tarot, and what I got, this is a side message that was coming through beforehand, is that it's not necessarily tarot or like tarot readings that they're afraid of. It's afraid of the truth that may be revealed in that. So that's a side message. If you feel that applies, I was feeling your energy hardcore. And for this one, I'm kind of like, I'm not even sure why I even chose this topic or why this came to me, because I very much feel in my physical body and in my energy, you guys, what you're feeling legitimately. And I'm not exaggerating. Like when your heart drops, or I feel that the way that you interact with fear, I feel that if you have the way that your physical body responds to nerves or fear, I feel that. So for example, if you're a person, someone here is a person that when they experience like nervousness or anxiety or fear in varying levels, their body responds to it. Maybe their stomach starts hurting and then they have to defecate. I know that might be a little bit TMI, but we're all humans here. Shit, we all do it. They may have to defecate. That was my experience, and I'm not a person. That's not how my body responds to fear. If you're here, welcome. Thank you for coming. I felt that legitimately in my body. So, yeah, it's really wild. This one I don't know. So what I want to say is that the intention isn't to like stir up this fear to put you in a frantic state. It's to be able to provide some kind of clarity about this fear that you are just not able to connect with on your own, which is cool. There's no judgment there for that. But to give you some clarity so that you can then approach this fear in a different way and then conquer it, overcome this fear. I specifically heard the word conquer. And somebody here is going, a few people, some of you guys, this message is going to be so clarifying for you. It's going to be so enlightening that it's going to change your entire demeanor. I'm getting that for someone here. There's going to be a moment in whatever pile you choose. There's going to be a moment where so this is a side message that's a part of what I'm about to say, but this is also a reading where you can, with any of my readings, but if some people here they want to know about someone specific. So you may pick two piles, one for yourself and then one because you want to understand another person. And that's totally fine. That's intentional. All my videos are set up that way. One, I want to say that try not to be confused. If you go to pick a pile and you start to hear it back, and you're like, well, that doesn't sound like me, consider whether or not that's the other person. I'm going to be talking as if I'm talking to you, but if you're asking about another person, obviously I'm going to say like your energy, that type. I'm going to refer to this conversation as if I'm talking directly to you. With that being said, someone here is going to pick a pile and there's going to be a moment of clarity where like you're going to hear some information, and your response to that is there's going to be like a pause, like a moment of like, huh. And like processing, and then it's just going to be like, hit you. It's just going to hit you. You're like, oh my God. And it's like, there's this energy of like, the response to that is like, oh my God, I have been overcomplicating this for so long. Like, it's like whatever I'm about to say, I don't know what pile this is. This is just the energy that's coming through, but, whatever pile this is, there's going to be a moment where it's going to be like, something is going to be so simplified, and it's going to change your demeanor, the energy that you're in. And there's going to be like this excitement, kind of like it's what you needed to move forward in a certain direction in whatever realm, in whatever area. So yeah. All right. That was a long intro, you guys. If you stuck to it so far, thank you. If you just rocked out with that, because I know that was kind of a lot. So let's get into it. We're going to go ahead and select our piles. Like I said, I really like to do this on screen. I've already shuffled and blessed the deck, so we're just going to go ahead and select 4 piles. So we'll start with pile 1, What is the truth? What is the fear? So we're going to be looking at the fear and then what's the truth behind it. So what is the fear for pile 1, please? I feel like that one wants to come out. All right, pile 2. What is the fear for pile 2? I feel like this one wants to come out, so I just feel that. Okay, so pile 4. What is the fear for pile 4? Well, god damn, that fear does not want to be seen. Did you guys see that? That shit went flying. Holy hell. This is totally reminding me of the energy of one of the other piles. That card came out, and I'm just getting like a very heavily protected and guarded energy from this person. So, okay, you have 4 piles here, you guys. Pile 1, pile 2, pile 3, and pile 4. Of course, I will put the picture up for you to meditate on, decide which pile or piles you want to look at, and I will see you at your reading. Okay, so pile 1, I would like to first start off by saying thank you so much for being here, and I mean that sincerely, because before I started doing this reading, I was picking up on an energy that is, I think I said this in the intro, that's kind of afraid of tarot, but it's not that you're afraid of tarot. I think you find tarot actually really fascinating, but it's the truth that tarot reveals that scares you, and like who has that information, and like there's a whole message that's tied into that we're going to get into, but I'm already feeling your energy, and it's tight. My chest feels tight, so I just want to invite you to just take a deep breath really quickly and just kind of breathe it out and relax. Why am I asking you to do that? Because for one, I'm not here. I feel like you think, I understand that as a tarot reader, I am pretty, this is a person in general, but as a tarot reader, I'm pretty direct. I think that a lot of tarot readers, they are, when they communicate their messages, they might not be as outright. I'm kind of getting like cushion the blow. And it's not that I am like, no, I'm not going to cushion the blow. I deliver the message as spirit says it. And I understand that sometimes it can be kind of biting in that delivery. But I want to assure you that I know that fears, that's a delicate thing for people. So I don't intend, and I actually set the intention with spirit to have a more softer, set the intention to so that the message comes through, so that it's delivered in a way that's with compassion. So I just want to invite you really quick to just take a deep breath, because I feel so intensely, the nerves of this. Let me just get into it. I feel like that's a part of what is like a fear, is like the unknown, the fear of the unknown. And that's a part of what is essentially, this boils down to the fear of unknown, but there are pockets of that all accumulate to this grand fear, which is the fear of unknown. A part of that is connected to tarot. And this is giving me a storyline, and it's kind of giving me like, I'm getting like a waterfall where like this top bucket pours into this lower bucket, which pours into this lower bucket, which pours into, do you understand what I'm saying? So it's like all of these fears are connected, and the grander fear that's feeding all of these facets is the fear of the unknown. So that's the overall gist of it. There is a situation that I'm going to tell you about. And yes, if you're wondering, I'm getting that from your pile. There's like a fear of exposure is the word that I keep hearing. Like, there's this sense that you're afraid that someone's going to find out about whatever this is, either through tarot or whatever. So let me just address that. Yes, there's a story here. And yes, I'm going to talk about you and your fears, but not from a place of judgment, because that's another fear that's connected to this fear of unknown, is like the fear of judgment, not knowing what people might think or say about you if they knew, is what I heard, like if they knew. And so we are going to get to the truth of this, and to help kind of like, because I just want to remind you that fear is false evidence appearing real. And a lot of times the false evidence is they're scenarios or conversations or situations that we think of in our own mind. Do you ever do that? Have a conversation with someone in your head? Oftentimes it usually happens like in the shower. You know what I mean? Of like, maybe you're replaying a conversation that you had with someone, and then you're like, damn, I should have said this, or I should have made this point, or I should have whatever. You're coming across as that type of person. And so in that, you're creating these arguments, this tension, this situation, and you're responding on behalf of the other person in the way that you think they would, which I don't think you know on a subconscious level is connected to the types of responses you're used to getting in your life. But this particular person or this particular situation, they're different from that. So that's the false evidence that you're creating in your mind in these conversations and scenarios that you're replaying and you're interacting with in your mind. That I want to reiterate that. Like, this is not happening in the real world, in the physical world. So a lot of this fear is self-generated. All right. So the situation here. Okay, so let me start here. There was something else that I wanted to say actually before I get into this. I can't remember. Now the energy is kind of like changing a little bit. I think this is definitely something you have to process, because I'm just getting kind of like a sad energy, maybe like a self-judgment energy. Like, it's just kind of like, oh, like you're disappointed in yourself or something. Like, I just get the sense that you're really hard on yourself. Like, I almost feel like you have this idea of perfection that you have to live up to in your mind. And that might have come from outside influences, like maybe a parental figure that kind of put these expectations on you. So that's how you've been navigating, you know what I mean? Like in your life, that you have to live up to these expectations. And so it's like you're responding in a way that if somebody says something about you that goes against whatever this standard of perfection is, you kind of get down on yourself, like, oh man, like I'm wrong, or I'm bad, or it's like, and then you kind of, I think you like retreat into yourself and kind of pull away and isolate from people. But I'm also getting like, there's like an image, like people would never know this. There's an image that's presented. Like, it's like you have to maintain this perfection for the sake of whoever. I don't know who this, I'm getting like maybe even like social media, like a friend group, a following, like people that kind of, maybe you have a lot of people that look up to you or look towards you, is the energy that I'm getting. And it's like this fear of, if they knew, like if they knew what though, okay. It's a fear of judgment, ultimately, is what it comes down to. And that fear of judgment is connected to the fear of unknown. Your fear is really that you don't know how someone will respond. You don't know how someone will think. I'm getting that you have this very kind of like logical and strategical energy, which is like, if you know. And I'm just getting that you're pretty like mentally savvy, like you're pretty good at knowing, picking up like detail oriented, picking up on cues. It's like you can predict it doesn't have to be a someone, it could be a situation, and it's like you can kind of predict the outcome. I'm getting very like data analytical type. It's like trending, like what is that called? Trend mapping is what I heard. I don't know if that's I don't know. Is that an actual term, you guys? I don't know. I just heard trend mapping. So what I believe that to mean is like you are a person that maps trends. And because you can map trends so incredibly is what I'm getting, you're pretty good at predicting the outcomes. And I just heard like 99.9% of the time you're right. But there's a situation where you've encountered that 0.01%. And it has thrown you for a loop, because where you predicted a certain outcome with this situation, it didn't happen that way. And that's not something that typically happens for you. And I feel like that sent you at my heart right now, you guys, like, oh gosh, okay. I'm just going to continue forward, because I don't want to enable the fear by continuing to pacify it and coddle it. It's fear, it's fake, it's not real. And so we don't need to nurture its existence. So I'm just going to keep going forward. Why? Because as we go through this message, that fear is slowly going to dissipate, because you're going to start to uncover the truth behind it by seeing through the explanation, by the response of my energy to this fear, etc. It's just going to like, so I'm just going to keep going forward. But what I was saying is, I think, okay, I'd like to invite you maybe to like take a sip of water. I think my mouth just got so dry all of a sudden, which might be something that happens when you get nervous. I don't know if you can even hear it like that kind of, that's gross. In my talking, let me sip some water, you guys. Oh my God. So there may be a need to like, I just want to invite you to drink some water or hydrate in some way. It doesn't have to be water, just something that's hydrating, not caffeinated, because that's only going to be further dehydrating. And you might already know this. You're coming across as very intelligent, pile one. You might already know this, but the darker the beverage, the more dehydrating it is. So, and then of course, like alcohol is dehydrating. So, okay. I don't remember the last thing that I was saying, but what I'm getting again is I'm being drawn back to like this fear of judgment that you have. Oh, okay, so now I'm reminded where I was. So there was this 0.01% situation that you've encountered, that you predicted and that's going to be different for everyone. For some of you guys, it's going to be a person, like an actual person, a relationship. And I think maybe for a good majority of you, or at least for those people that resonates with, I think that is heavy on your conscience. I heard heavy on your soul. I think that weighs heavy on you. Like my heart just sank again. For some of you guys, this is going to be like a business endeavor. Like you wanted to, I'm getting that it was kind of a little bit of sneaky, like maybe you wanted to buy out a company, and the way that you sold your pitch, it was kind of like selling a dream to someone that might have been like naive or innocent, and they bought into it, and the person that you bought it from, like they kind of ended up out, and you thought that you were going to be like on top. But I think maybe you saw how that person responded to this situation and how like detrimental it was that they were, God, this is like really, okay. How detrimental it was to that person, and you kind of weren't expecting that. And now like you're kind of carrying the guilt of that. And that's kind of your fear. So take that analogy as that applies. Maybe it was buying a business or whatever it was. It's just this energy of like you made something. I'm getting like fishing. Okay, this is a metaphor, but I'm getting like fishing. Like, you put a lure on a hook and you threw it in the water, and then that fish came, and you knew that wasn't real food and it wasn't going to provide or nourish anything to that fish. You know what I mean? It wasn't going to be beneficial to the fish. You wanted to get it because you needed to have food. And it's kind of like there's this understanding, but once you caught that fish, I don't know, something like that fish is, I'm just getting like the way, the response of that fish, this is a metaphor, you guys. The response, I'm trying to be like really careful with my analogies and my metaphors, because I can see that this is weighing on you heavily. And I'm not trying to reiterate. I don't think that you're very nice to yourself when it comes to this situation, at least. I think you're really hard on yourself and you feel like a terrible person. And I'm not here to make judgment on that. I'm just articulating the situation for confirmation, and also so that I can understand in order to be able to transmute the energy and provide a truth that you can connect with instead of a fear that you might have been connecting with. Do you know what I'm saying? So this isn't even the fear. Like, this is a part of it. This is like the lead up to the fear. This isn't even the fear. That's not to scare you. That's not to scare you. But, this is a very like intricate story. Okay. So this might be a long reading. Also maybe want to I might do this a couple times during this pile, you guys. If it doesn't apply, don't take it. But I want to invite you again, maybe to have another sip of your beverage. My mouth is extremely dry again. I'm actually going to pause and refill my water because I definitely don't have enough to make it through this reading. So just a second, you guys. Okay, I'm back. Thank you, guys. I actually also have to sit down for this reading because this is... All right, so... where did I leave off? So I was saying that a fear of I'm sorry, you guys. A fear of judgment. I'm trying to decide if I want to just jump right to the fear or continue piecing together this story. I feel like I kind of want to do that because, okay, so I don't know if I said this already, but ultimately the fear that's coming through, again, is the fear of unknown, but there's pockets to that. And the pocket that's showing up really heavy right now is the consequence of an action. So I was getting I think you're afraid of the karma that might come from this, come from your actions, and how your actions were intentional and how they impacted the other, whatever it is. If it's a person, a situation, a business deal, take that however that applies. So what I'm getting though is that I'm getting two kind of scenarios. For some of you guys, this is dealing with I'm getting spiritual repercussions, man. And for some of you guys, this is dealing with a person that is heavily connected to the spiritual realm. They are connected to their ancestors or to their own, they might be a little witchy. I don't know why I feel like I have to whisper and I want to cry and gag. So for some of you guys, I think you're afraid that this person or this person's spiritual team, ancestors or whatever, there's some sort of magic or witchcraft or whatever that was done towards you to experience whatever you've been experiencing. And I'm getting of the psyche, maybe you've been having crazy, I'm seeing someone that's You might have, okay, there's a lot that's coming through, I'm sorry. So you might experience like dreams. You might experience like, I feel in my throat, like I'm getting like a gagging energy. Maybe you feel silenced in some way, or like, I don't know, there might have been like, I'm getting like poisoned energy. Like these are your fears. I think you're afraid that like the other has some sort of power over you in a spiritual realm, and like they're doing some sort of like, I'm just getting, so okay, what I'm seeing now, this, I don't know if you guys are going to be able to relate to this, but there is an anime called Demon Slayer, and it's a boy who has a sister, and the boy was like the eldest of all of his siblings, and he went out to, this is taking place in I don't know, somewhere in Asia, but he went out and had to travel very far, like to a mountain, to get resources, because they lived in a pretty poor village. And when he did that and he returned, he found that his family was basically like demolished, and there's like blood everywhere. It was a massacre. And only one of his, like his mom, his other, I think he had maybe like 4 siblings or something, only one of his siblings he saw was like alive, but in very bad condition. So he like put this sibling like in her, it was cold, so he put this sibling like on her back, on his back, and like was trying to run to the local, I don't know, like town healer, which was very far. But somewhere in that journey, that sibling who was still alive was turned into a demon, because that's what the demons attack humans, to turn them into more demons so they can take over whatever. So in that discovery and learning more about demons, he decided he wanted to become a demon slayer and try to figure out how he's going to convert his sister back to human. And he figures out like how to keep her from attacking humans and keep her safe and all that stuff. Anyways, the reason why I'm saying that is in that series, there's one of the demons that this boy, his name is Tanjiro, that Tanjiro fights. It's a house. And in the house, there are various rooms, a lot of them. And the demon has like a ukulele or something. And anytime he like strums it, the rooms rearrange. And sometimes it's flipped, sometimes they're moved. So whoever is in there becomes disoriented. So when Tanjiro goes in to fight this demon, to slay this demon, and, you know, anytime there's like a strum of this ukulele or guitar or whatever it is, the rooms shift and then he's kind of disoriented. So he has to figure out like the strategies, the techniques of this demon in order to, you know, so whatever. That's the reason why I'm bringing up that example is because your energy is kind of coming through, like this outside energy is that demon. Like they have some sort of ukulele or something that they're strumming, where anytime you feel like you get your footing or your wits about you, like they strum it and then it's disoriented again. You know, it's like there's this fear that this other energy is doing some sort of like magic or has some sort of power on you and over you. And, or if it's not them, that they're like, I'm getting, what's the word that I just got? Okay. I'm sorry, I'm seeing a vision. It's like I heard the word and then it disappeared. And so now I'm seeing the vision. So it's basically like what I'm seeing is like someone and then an army of their like ancestors, spirit guides, whatever. And then this someone is like, sends the signal, and then like the spirit team is kind of unleashed and goes forward to fight this battle. Like in your mind, that's what you think this person is doing. And that's your fear, is like, okay, I just heard, man, Pile One, like this is a really big fear for you. I feel this, like, I think that you have created this bigger than what it is, though. Not I think. I definitely know that for sure, and we'll get into that. What I want to say, though, is that this is a fear of, like, oh, I just heard spiritual repercussions. Like, I'm just getting, like, this is like you're afraid of your karma. All right, so I kind of want to, like, okay, I'm sorry. So your demeanor towards this may have to do with something like third party type situation. And this could be business related, relationship related, take it as it applies, but I'm getting like player energy. And so what I mean by that is that, like, you might have kind of like strung the other along, thinking that it was like, if it was a business deal, for example, you might have been like, yeah, no, I'm totally only going into business with you. Like, I want to be, you know, you have the best, da 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 da. Meanwhile, like, you're making on the side, you have other negotiations going on, or whatever the situation is. Or if it's a relationship, like maybe you were leading this person on, you know, they were kind of like being vulnerable with you, and you were being sort of strategic, like, how can I'm getting this is giving me, like, looking at this crocodile, it's just kind of like I'm getting that, like, lying under the water with the eyeballs peeking out, watching the movements and the patterns of the prey, waiting for the moment to attack. And that's like how you were interacting with this situation. The song that you have here is Drake, Will Be Fine. Let me stand up so I can see if you can see. You have Drake, Will Be Fine. It says, let's be real about this shit. Can I take you home or come to where you stay? Do you live on your own? She said, you're such a dog. I said, you're such a bone. And I'm getting like a lack of accountability. That may have been how you interacted, where this person might have said something to you, like using this song, for example, like, you're such a dog. You know what I mean? And your response is like, no, you're such a bone. Like, so instead of acknowledging that you're a dog, it's like, well, if you weren't a bone, then I wouldn't try to eat you, or whatever dogs do with bones. You get what I'm saying? There's like that type of energy where you're not acknowledging that you're a dog and saying like, yes, I am a dog. And naturally, like, you're a bone, so naturally dogs are attracted to bones, instead of it being like that, to say like, yes, this is the truth. Do you accept this truth or not? Like, how do you, you know what I mean? Like, can we make this work? Do you want to come to a compromise and an agreement, or how do you feel? Instead of including the person in this, you made a strategy that completely, I just heard executed. I don't really know if that makes sense with what I was about to say, but I was going to say, like, it completely, now I'm hearing obliterated. This external energy, it completely, like, obliterated their ability to have a say, or a say-so, or contribute to the choice of this. It, like, took away their choices. And I'm just getting that it was an unfair fight. Like, it's like you were that crocodile and you used the tactics of a crocodile to hunt an earthworm. Like, crocodiles lie in wait. They usually go after bigger prey, like deer or whatever is on the river, wherever crocodiles are. You know what I mean? Like, to have, it just is, I'm getting, like, this plan of action was disproportionate to, okay, what I just heard is like the hunt was disproportionate to the prey. And so now what I'm seeing is like, I don't mean to laugh. This is kind of funny though. Like, I'm seeing I think it's called a catapult, where you like load the thing up and then you put the heavy whatever and then you release the latch and then it flicks something and then the thing goes and like demolishes a house or whatever it's trying to demolish. I'm seeing one of those like catapult things that was set up for like a doghouse. Do you know what I'm saying? When it's like, you could have probably used a hammer to like, or something like an axe, something smaller to knock down this doghouse, but you decided to do a catapult. Like, it was like that. It was like, this wasn't. So that was the situation. So that's the fear, is that the karma, the consequences of this intentional action, like, look how aggressive this represents. Look how aggressive and intentional this wolf looks. That was your approach. And this is not for judgment. This is just, again, so I can get to be able to articulate the truth better. I keep wanting to go down to the truth, but it just feels like it's not ready. Like, my heart is sinking. And I don't know if you're afraid of the truth, or like you're afraid to tell the other energy the truth. There's this fear. There's this like energy of like not wanting to see the truth. So like, even I don't know how to explain this, because this is probably going to sound a little bit wild, but like, even looking at these cards, like, I don't even see the cards. Like, I can see them, obviously they're right here, but when I look at these cards, it's like the best way that I know how to say is like, I'm looking at the energy of the card and what I feel from that. Sometimes like the imagery on the cards, like, they move or they exude certain energies of like sadness or intensity or fear, whatever. Okay. This outside energy, I'm sorry, I know I cut myself off. So let me finish that thought really quick. What I was saying is that I'm not getting that with this truth card, with these truth cards yet. Okay, so there's that. Now, what I was going to say is that this other energy, this outside energy, I think is like hella intuitive, maybe even psychic. And there's like, okay, what was I getting with that? There's this fear of like, what do they know? You know what I mean? Like, what do they know? I think like the way that their energy has switched up towards you, or how the way that it's like the way that you can't read this outside energy. This is what I'm getting. You know how okay, hold on. Sorry, it's still coming through. So let me just like piece together. Also, again, another reminder to just take a sip of water. My mouth is getting dry again. So I'm also going to do that. I think you had a realization about this outside energy. I think that you thought that this outside energy was like more fierce and aggressive than they were. I think you thought that this outside energy was a shark, and so you had to play the game like a shark. And then you realize like it's not like this person was not a shark. It's like it's like a fucking clownfish, or like a gulp, like some sort of lovable fish. It's not even a minnow. It's not even just food for prey, because like this outside energy has, I'm getting like a grace, and it's like this is, oh my God, I don't even know the word to describe this outside energy. Let me just do my best. It's like this energy is, I don't think you can even figure out how, that's what it feels like. Like, you can't even figure out how to articulate this outside energy. And sometimes it's like you think you know this outside energy, and then you see another facet of this energy. And it kind of, it's like, you're like, holy shit, like I thought I was getting close. I'm like looking at all of these stars and how many of the little like pinnacles they have. And it's like, you think that you see this like, okay, can I pick one of these up? It's like, you think that you see these little like, I don't know if you guys can see that, these like two-dimensional stars, and then you turn it and then you see like, holy shit, there's more on the other side or something. And so like, I don't even know that you can really describe it. I feel like that's your energy, because it's like, I think that you find it very fascinating and mind-blowing, because it's like this outside energy where you thought they were Sith just stood out to me, and I don't know what. Let me read this. I don't even know. Sith is something. I don't know what it is. Not a Kusith, Sith. That's something. So maybe look that up. I just got really hot. And then I was also just reminded that before I started doing this, I heard a word, and I don't also know what that word is, but it was Sadvik, which I think describes like a nikshatra in Vedic astrology, but I know nothing about Vedic astrology or the nikshatras or anything. I don't even know if that's right what I just said, but Sadvik. So if you hear that and that does something to you, maybe your heart drops or whatever, if something happens where you feel like you're drawn to that or you're called to look that up, I encourage you to do that. There might be something there for you there might be a message there or something that might help you understand either yourself or this person. I'm not sure. My heart is like, I'm sorry, you guys. We're going to get to the truth of this. I just know we are. Okay, so back to this external energy. I was saying that I think that I'm not sure that... Okay, no, hold on. I'm sorry, guys. I know this is a long pause. I'm trying to figure out what's happening here because I almost feel like I don't know. I think that it's like I'm not getting anything from the truth cards. And from that, what I'm getting from Spirit is almost like I don't think that I'm meant to tell you, because I think that this is, let me explain that. I think that you're a person that you're like a shortcut kind of person. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of how you interacted. Okay, so now I'm seeing the fishing reel again, the fishing line. Like you want the shortcuts, you know what I mean? Like how can I get what I want, like in the way that's quickest and most beneficial for me? And you may be trying to figure out how to reconcile this, how to resolve this situation to clear your guilty conscience. I don't even know that the intentions are further than that. So what I'm getting from that is like, you feel like if you can clear your guilty conscience, then that will set you back up in a position where you feel back on, I'm getting like a pedestal, like you feel back on I heard high horse. And you can kind of like take the reins and have the power. You can be like that in that superior energy, and you can kind of, it's like you can go back to this tactic, but you know now that like, okay, I did an aggressive approach. I actually need to do a different type of approach. You know what I'm saying? And so the messaging that Spirit's giving is like, no, you're not seeing it, because this isn't, okay, I heard this isn't a strategy. Speaking about the external energy, like this isn't a strategizing. This isn't an energy that you would strategize with. This is a feelings type energy. Like you have to feel your way through. So this is an intuitive type of connection. So there is no, I feel like you're the type of person that's like, okay, you can either choose plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D, plan E to get to this desired outcome. And you might like look at all of them and decide which one is the best for you. And then because that didn't give you the outcome, you're like, okay, let's eliminate that. We have these 4 left. Let me try this one. And it's like, that's not the way to approach this energy. There's 2 messages coming through. One, that's not the way to approach this energy, and I'll get back to that. But then also, like, look at your intentions. You're still trying to approach this energy from a conqueror stance. You know what I mean? It's not like, instead of it being like, how can I don't know why I'm hearing meld. Like, how can I don't want to say connect, because that word is so overused and it's beyond that. It's like, how can I get to a point where I can share energy with, like, how can I get to the point where I can, like, create memories where we can kind of like intermingle and just be in flow with this other energy, instead of it being like, how can I just heard ascertain, like, how can I ascertain this energy? Like, I'm getting just like, how can I have this as mine? Like, let me just, that's what I'm getting. And Spirit saying, like, that's what you need to recognize. That's what you need to recognize, because if you continue to try to figure out what strategy or what plan to get to this energy, there's going to constantly be blockages, and this other energy is not going to look at you. Like, so this is energy. I know I used this to describe you before, but just follow me, please, because the energy moves with the cards. So, but it's like now in this, what I'm describing now, the way that the energy is coming through is like, this is you and this is the other person. And you're like looking aggressively at this person. Like, how can you get to this? And this energy is like turned away from you. And I'm just seeing like I'm just seeing a slow moving crocodile. And when I say slow moving, I mean like, there's no, this crocodile is not alarmed. Like, it's like they're, I just heard unbothered. It's like this energy is like comfortable to just, it's like, I don't even need to run or react. It's like, I don't even need to, I'm cool. Like, I'm just going to walk away and keep doing me. Like, I don't need to be in this, like, do you get what I'm trying to explain by that? I'm not saying like that this person is, or this isn't a response to how they are to your energy, like they are or are not afraid of you, or that they, you know, like feel that they are cowering or not cowering. It's not that. It's just that they're like they would rather not entertain. It's like, that's not for them. That's not a match. So I don't need to. Okay, this is what I'm getting. If there is an aggressive dog and you start to run, that aggressive dog is going to chase. Do you know what I'm saying? And it's like, this person is so, this outside energy is so, God, I don't even know how to describe this package that this energy is, but they're so intuitive. So it's like, they might not have even been able to say that or articulate that, or even sometimes maybe even know like why they do what they do. And what I mean by that is like, they know they're following their intuition. And if you work with your intuition, you know, a lot of your intuition is about the unknown. Like, you get a hit intuitively to do something or not do something, and you may not know the details of why you're being instructed that way, but you know that your spirit team, your guardians, your angels, that they have your back, your ancestors, and they're not going to lead you into any type of danger. They're going to lead you into situations for your highest good. And they're going to protect you, especially if you build that relationship with your intuition and your spirit team. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, like, this outside energy has gotten to the point where they're like, okay, my intuition tells me abort mission. I don't even need to know why. That's the unknown that this person is comfortable with. Like, I don't know, but I don't want to stick around to figure out why. You know what I mean? Because I know that my angels are always looking out for my highest good. So if they say be out, I'm out. That's this outside energy. So their response to you, their angels or their guidance system, their ancestors, whoever, intuitively, they're like, all right, I need to move away from this. And it's like they trust their intuition so much that this is not a panic. They don't feel like, oh my God, I need to run because, you know, someone said and I don't want. It's like, nah, they know they're good. They know they're safe. They know, you know what I mean? Like, it's to protect. It's for their protection, for their highest good. So they're going to go. And by protection, I mean, like, not, I don't know, you know your own energy. So you know what your intentions are, or how aggressive you are or are not. But by protection, I just mean like they're protecting their self from getting hurt, whether that's like emotional pain or physical pain, intellectual pain, like maybe you play mind games or whatever it is. Like, they know they're protecting their self. You know what I'm saying? Because you're still coming at it from a strategic standpoint. And they don't, this is not a person I kind of want to say like, I kind of want to say like, I kind of want to say that like, I'm pretty confident that you will not get anywhere. And if you do, it will not be very far. And if it is, it's far in the opposite direction of where you want to go by approaching this person in a strategic manner like that. This is a feelings and connections based type of energy. So if intuitively they're getting the hit that you are in this predatory type of energy, or this energy where you're on a high horse, or this energy where you want to conquer, or this energy that's super aggressive, or this energy that's selfish, you know what I mean? Like what I want, that's kind of like possessive. If they're getting any type of intuitive hit that's like you are in an energy that doesn't align with what this person stands for, which is like authenticity, purity, truth, not truth, like just truth. You know what I mean? This outside energy responds to truth in a way that's like, they respect it. This is a person that feels truth is freeing. When you can see the truth and accept the truth and embody the truth, embrace the truth, love the truth, own the truth, express the truth, that's freedom. And when you are coming in like this strategic way or this power hungry or whatever, but then also remember I was saying earlier something about like an image, but also then you try to present yourself, not try to, you present yourself like what people want to see, whatever you think. This is giving me such salesman type energy. It's like whatever you think that person needs to hear in order to, I just heard close the deal, seal the deal. Like whatever you think that person needs to hear in order for you to seal the deal, you're going to say that to them. So if you know that person's favorite color is blue and you're like, oh yeah, man, I love blue, I wear blue, like whatever, that's what you're going to do. You could care less whether or not it's blue. If someone else says their favorite color is red, then you're going to be like, oh my God, red is my favorite color too. It's like you try to find some sort of commonality with whatever it is that you're trying. I just heard buy out. Like I'm getting very businessy energy. You might be like a very business minded type of person. You might be really good with business and business deals and like that type of thing. You might be really good. I'm getting like corporate. Like if it was a corporation, like you would be like the VP or the president or like something like that, the CFO. Like you're really good with making like business decisions. This is giving me like pile one. I am so sorry about that. My phone ended up dying, which was no accident. Shoot. So sorry, 1 second, you guys. Cards just dropped. All right, there's a lot of interruptions. That's dramatic. Maybe it's not a lot, just a couple. But anyways, what I was gonna say is my phone died, and in that time though, more messages were still coming through. So this I think is gonna kind of help depict the truth of this. So what I got was, for you, the truth behind the fear is the fear of unknown, but specifically related to your acceptance or rejection from the other people, other businesses, whatever, and how they see you. Okay, so that also again ties into this fear of judgment, etc. This is how it came through. Some of you guys might have been like street pharmacists, I'm gonna say, in the past. And I'm not judging that, like if you were, whatever. I don't really have an opinion about that. So this is what was coming through. I was watching a documentary on Netflix, and I honestly, I don't remember what it was called, you guys, but maybe you might know as I describe it. But essentially this was the situation that happened. They were talking about how some pill became really popular, and then, and I can't remember. I don't know if it was Vicodin. Yes, it was Vicodin. I believe it was Vicodin. So we were talking about Vicodin and how that became like really popular and really addictive. So basically what happened was they were saying that there was this like big pharma company. I don't know if I'm using the right terminology, but just try to stick with me for the sake of this metaphor. There was this big pharma company. They discovered Vicodin, right? So they would go to the different doctors' offices and they would pitch this Vicodin to the doctors. And they were like, we have this pill, like, yes, it's quite costly, but, this will be really good to help your people with pain, blah, 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 whatever. The doctors would ask questions like, well, gosh, that does seem like a lot and you're not getting very many for it. Like, whatever. And then the big pharma's like, I'll tell you what, I'll leave you this sample here. Select a patient or 2 or 3, give this to them, get their feedback, see what they say. And I guarantee you this is going to help your business. You know what I mean? You're going to start to see improvements in your patient's pain. They're going to continue to come back to you. Your business is going to grow, whatever. Right? So he pitched this sale that it was a benefit to this doctor. So the doctor's like, all right, cool. Free samples, no problem. I'll try it. They had some clients come in, like, I think one of them was, it doesn't matter what they did, but they were experiencing back pain. Like maybe they were a construction worker or whatever. Excruciating back pain that like would not go away for the life of him. The doctor prescribed him this Vicodin. The Vicodin helped him, but he went through it really fast. Because it was so helpful, he would then take it and take it and take it. I think maybe even a little bit more than prescribed. Like maybe it said take 1 a week, and he ended up taking it like 1 every other day or 2 a week or something like that. But because it was so helpful, he was like, I need this. But what happened was, when he would not have the pill, the pain then would be so intense. So he would have to go back to the doctor and say like, yo, these pills that you gave me, they really help, but you only gave me like this sample size, like I need more. So the doctor's like, holy shit. So it goes back to the big pharma like, yo, you're right. Like this is so helpful, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Let me go ahead and order this. This is good for my business, whatever. Well, down the line, it turned out that Vicodin, it started to become a mess. Now they're realizing like this is an entire shit show. So what happened was this big pharma company was presenting this, pitching this sale to the doctor like this is going to be good because it's going to help your clients improve their pain and it's going to help your business, whatever. Meanwhile, the big pharma company knew that this pill was going to sell. They can guarantee the sales of this pill because they knew it was an addictive pill, right? So then at that point, when things started getting messy, big pharma's like, all right, we're going to pull out of this. We don't want our name associated with this, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Now it's left to the doctors to deal with whatever. You're the big pharma. Hear me out. Hear me out. I'm not judging you. I'm connecting this to the truth, right? You got used to that type of power because now you have the doctors coming to you like, oh my God, this guy is great. This girl is great. This big pharma is so great. They've accomplished this. They produced my business. Da, da, da. There was a lot of like praise and acceptance and kudos and being commended and accolades were given. And you were seen in this very high light, which continued to perpetuate this ego. Well, eventually, as the big pharma, this got a little messy. Your conscience caught up to you. You decided to pull out. You know what I mean? You're like, all right, this is getting kind of addictive. Like, I don't want my name associated. I want to pull out of this game while my reputation is still good. Do you know what I'm saying? And that worked for a little while. However, you missed the thrill of that. You missed the praise, the accolade, the kudos. You missed all of what you got from that acceptance from being that person. So you started to figure out how you can do that in a more mundane way in your life. You may or may not have truly been like a drug dealer. But essentially it's like you went from doing something in a very kind of like morally compromised is what I want to say way, or maybe even a legal way, to like how you can fit that in your mundane life and so because this all connects to this need for acceptance. And I believe that you have developed a sense of ego around the praise that you received possibly from a parental figure when you produced or when you succeeded. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter how you conquered this thing or I'm getting conquest energy. Like, it doesn't matter how I'm seeing like, those, they're not vending machines. I forget what they're called, but they have the claw in the quarter, and then you put it in and you move the little thing and the claw goes around, and after a certain, you press the button and it goes down and it just grabs, and whatever it can pick up, it picks up, and then it drags it over. Like, that's kind of what your energy was like. Like it doesn't matter. There doesn't really have to be a rhyme or reason to how the claw was going. It was just kind of like, all right, you go in there, you grab what you can grab, and you kind of get out. And it's like, if you want, you know how excited you get when you get those, because those machines are pretty challenging. I feel like they're designed for you to not ever get anything out of them. You know how excited people get when they like actually get that? That was the type of praise and response that you were used to getting. And that made it so you felt validated. This is not of any fault of yours. I'm just trying to get to the truth here. So that may have been how this prominent figure in your life expressed their love and their acceptance of you. You know what I mean? Like if you didn't perform, or you didn't meet this level, or you didn't conquer this thing or achieve this whatever, or I'm getting like rubric, so follow their rubric according to whatever, then it's like you didn't get the attention, or you didn't get the praise, and so in turn you didn't feel love or accepted for just being you, because it's not that you were doing anything bad, you just were not being this person that I'm just gonna say like prominent figure, because we're talking about this isn't the external figure, this is a different energy now. So this prominent figure, you weren't doing anything bad or wrong when you weren't doing this conquest. You received it that way though, because this prominent person, they might have said nasty things to you, or they might have just withheld their love, their attention, their accolades. They might have been really dismissive towards you. So all right, to circle that back around to this situation. So the truth about this fear that you have is not that you have some grand fear that like, oh, this person has power over you or whatever. I think if anything, you're more fascinated by that, and you would want to ask the questions to see. I'm not going to comment about your intentions as to why you want to know that, because, you might still be working on, crumbling this ego of yours, which is a normal process. However, what I'm getting is like the truth behind this fear that you have is really that you are afraid whether or not this external person, okay, so a couple messages are coming through. First of all, you're afraid whether or not this person will forgive you. You're not sure. It's the unknown. You're not sure whether or not and if you're not sure, you're afraid. It's like you don't make moves unless you know you're sure. Why? Because if it doesn't work out in a way that you conquer or you're successful, there's like in your mind, it's like, will I be accepted? Will I be loved? Will I be commended? Will this person be proud of me? That type of stuff. This is a lot of like external validation energy. And I'm going to get to some advice as to how you can help with this, but right away I can tell you like the way to flip that energy of seeking external validation in order to bolster yourself is to validate yourself on your own internally. And that's a whole process. I know I say it like it's so easy, but that's one thing. The other fear is that you're afraid of whether or not this person, for this external source, whether they forgive you or not, it's like you're afraid of whether or not they're going to think that you just being you and not performing or not conquering or not, like being in this, I'm going to say big pharma energy, you're just afraid of like the judgments from this person and whether or not they would even want to move forward with you if they knew. It's like, did I say that earlier in this, that I was going to end, like, what would they think if they knew? Like that, like if they knew that you did all these things, or that you did this to them, or that you did this in general in life, it's like if they knew who you were truly, would they want to move forward with you? There's this fear that like with this external energy, it's like I'm getting like second chance. Like it's so much doubt that I'm getting coming from you. It's like worries that don't need to be worries. How can I explain that? It's like So I can just like hear in your mind, like, like, well, will they want the same things that I want? Like, would they still want to have this deal with me, like business deal or family or whatever the situation is? Like, would they still want to have this new beginning with me? Would they like accept me if I was this person? Would they want to move forward? Are they going to like cut me down with their words? Are they going to be really harsh and judgmental? It's like I'm getting a conflict of energy, because I feel like you might feel like in your heart and in your energy, like happy and giddy and ready to go forward. And then your mind takes over that thought process and you talk yourself out of it, all that doubt. Like, well, what if da 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 da? And then you justify that negative self-talk with this fear energy of like, well, this person, it's fear that you made up. Like scenarios that you made up, like I was talking about before. You know how you have the conversations with people that you don't really have, you just have it in your mind, and this person, like, maybe they're yelling at you or they're whatever, and it's like, does your real life scenarios, does your real life situation and interactions with this person support what you've made up in your mind? Like, if it does, it does, and you can work through that in that way. If it doesn't, I feel like that's confirmation that this is just false evidence appearing real. Do you get what I'm saying? So if you're like, oh, this person, I'm afraid that this person's gonna like be a total dick or a total bitch, excuse my language. It's like, okay, is that person generally in that energy? In your experience with that person or how you've seen that person move, do they typically do that? Does your experience or the way that this person, this outside energy, interacts with anyone or anything else outside of you, does it support this fear situation that you've made up in your mind? So this is the example that I'm getting. So like going back to this business deal, if you had this business deal, you sold them this dream, and then you realized that it was more detrimental to them or whatever, and like, I just heard chaos, so I don't know if that means something, but like maybe it was more chaotic than you thought it was going to be or whatever. If you're watching, because I'm getting the sense that you're like, again, it's like that predator-prey type energy, and you're the predator. So if you're watching this outside energy, which I really strongly get that you are, because otherwise how would you know that it was more detrimental or whatever? I'm also getting like jump rope, or is it called, jump rope, when you do the double jump rope and you kind of like teeter back and forth, like to figure out when to jump in. Like, it's like that's your energy, like you're watching this person and you're kind of like, all right, when can I jump in, like that. So when you're watching this person, does their energy support your fears? I want to go into examples, but I feel like it's going to be so specific for each of you guys. But when you see this person interact or have conversations with other people or talk about situations that maybe have like gone awry or whatever, do they talk about it in a way that you're afraid of? Like if you're afraid of this person judging you and calling you out of your name, does this person normally do that when you see them interacting or talking about other things? Like, you get what I'm saying? I feel like I'm kind of repeating myself, but basically that's what you can do to help to put you back into your fear. Let's get a card though. Sorry, not to put you back in your fear. That's not at all what I was trying to say. That was a slip. That was, I don't know. I feel like that was meaningful in some way. Oh, okay, so that's why I said let's get a card to put you back in your fear. That's the other thing is, so you might be here asking about someone else, or this might bring up, this is someone or something else. So this is going to bring up a situation, obviously, and I think that you, again, with this like double dutch energy of like when to jump in, I think that you might have been coming to tarot or like, again, consulting external to figure out when you should, kind of jump in to start doing your jump rope thing. And I'm getting, so if you just even think about like that whole situation, right? You have the two jump ropes that's going and you're on the outside and you're kind of there and you're like, it's like, oh my gosh, when do I go? When do I go? When do I go? And maybe there's some nerves or whatever. And then once you jump in, you start to get in the flow, and it's like everything's all good. Now you're spinning around and you're dancing and you're touching the floor and you're hopping up and you're doing all the things, and it's like life as usual. Do you know what I'm saying? Spirit is bringing your attention to the fact that like that's still strategic, and there might be a disconnect with you thinking that you can just kind of like jump in without acknowledging this situation and just kind of be like, oh, life as usual. I'm just doing this jump roping. Everything's all good. I'm twisting around. I'm dancing. I'm singing. Like, I'm good. It's like, yeah, you're good. But what about this other person? There needs to be, okay, so now I'm being back to this. Like, there needs to be some accountability. That line where it said, she said, you're such a dog. I said, you're such a bone. Where it's like, yeah, well, if you weren't this, then I wouldn't have blah, blah, blah. Like, not that, maybe that is something that you do or don't say, but it's like, that's definitely the energy that's coming through, where there's like the fear that if they say something, like your fear is that they will say something, call you out on whatever. And your response would be to say like, yeah, well, you're such a bone. You know what I mean? And it's like, the way that you make your decisions should be based on you, not the external. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, oh, this is giving me back to that same old quote, that your parents have said time and time again. If your friends jump off a bridge, are you going to do it? Like, don't be the person that's like, yeah, well, I jumped off the bridge because my friends did. Like, consult yourself. You know what I'm saying? I decided not to jump off the bridge because I thought that was a terrible idea, and I value my legs and ability to walk and my life. You know what I'm saying? So there's that message that's coming through. There was also the message that like you might be consulting outside sources, specifically like tarot, to kind of tell you like when to come jump in. And Spirit's saying that's still strategy. That's still strategic. You have to, in order to really like get in tune and in alignment with this person and ultimately whatever it is that you, because I feel like this person or this business or this situation, whatever, this thing that you're wanting to align with, maybe you didn't realize it at first or whatever, but ultimately I feel like it's coming from a good place. The way you want to align with and the reasons that you want to align with this person. I think you want to do good things. I don't think that you're in this manipulative energy. I think that I just heard a fluke. Like, I feel like that was just like a fluke accident that it panned out that way. And by that I mean like in a way where you saw this person in a light that was, okay, I just heard like marvelous, and I'm just noticing like the stars in this card where it's like more marvelous than you expected it to be. Like it was like it's a shitty situation that led to you. Okay, now I'm seeing like a diamond. So sorry, I know my thoughts are kind of all over the place. It's like a shitty situation to you discovering gold, basically. Like you were digging for, you lost your key in mud or something, and so you're sifting through trying to find your key, and you're like, oh my god, this is actually gold. That's a terrible example, but it's kind of like that. Like there was a fluke accident. Like you were just doing your regular shit that you do, whether the intentions were good or bad or selfish or whatever, and then you realize like, holy fuck, I just got a gem. And now you're like trying to like reel, okay, I'm getting like reel your line back. Like it's like you want to, I'm getting almost kind of like you want to rewind that energy and start all over because you realize what it is now. Like you didn't take the time to get to know what it is before you just acted. You just, again, now it's going back to this, like you kind of like, you are 99.9% accurate. Or what did I say? 99.99% accurate. Whatever, you guys. Numbers and math is not my strong suit. So I don't think that I said that properly in the beginning. I think I said 99.9 and I said you were the 0.01%. Maybe I meant to say 0.1%. I don't fucking know. Math is not great for me. So anyways, try not to be distracted by that. So you would know that. You're the pile that would know that. Like, you're really good with that shit. But okay, side note. I feel like you need like a confidence booster. Not, that sounds really terrible. Not like that you need it. Like you're like, oh my God, poor you. Not like that. But just, I can see that how in this reading you might feel like, God damn, this person fucking just read the shit out of me. You know what I'm saying? And so, okay. All right, Leah. God, stop talking. All right, so going back to this, though, it's like you realize that this was like a thing. So I don't get that your intentions are bad with wanting to reconnect, but your way of going about reconnecting is still in that like energy of like, I just want to get it so I can get started with what I want to do. It's still kind of lacking the consideration of what this person wants. And maybe how can I explain this? Like, maybe you've studied this person, maybe you've watched this person, and you've like, because as the predator, and you're looking, not that you're, just stick with me with this example, not to say that you're a predator or that this person is prey. I'm just going with the example that was given to me. But as the previous predator, you were watching your prey, you know what I'm saying? And kind of figuring out their patterns, whether this is a business, a person, whatever. Maybe you were watching them on social media. Maybe you were talking to people, friends. Maybe you were going to tarot readings. Whatever the situation is, you did some sort of recon to figure out who this person is, because your approach was like, well, if I figure out what they want, then I can give that to them, and it's guaranteed that they're going to accept me or love me or whatever, right? So the thing is, where the fuck was I going with that? The thing is, that's still very strategic. And I feel like someone here is like, well, what the fuck? I don't know how to be any other person. Like, I'm a strategic person. Right. I'm not telling you to change your ways. What I'm saying is, you don't have to confine yourself to just being strategic, and you don't have to completely throw that away and be somebody else. Integrate, add, layer up. You can be more than one thing, just like this person. So you can be strategic, which is a very masculine energy, or you can be intuitive, which is a very feminine energy. You can be in action-oriented, go, let me conquer, or you can be in flow. Let's just have a conversation. Let this person talk to this person. Ask them, let them because it feels very, oh my gosh. Okay, this is a word that's coming through, and I'm sorry, you guys. If this is triggering, it's okay. It feels kind of like rape is what I'm getting, where like you've hunted this person to see their path. Yes, hunted is the word that came through, and that's intentional. Like, you hunted this person to like see what they like, so that you can give it to them to guarantee that they'll go. That's like rape. It's like taking that away from them. You're taking, if I were to come to you right now and I would be like, so tell me about your passion, you know what I mean? Like, what do you love? And then you're like, yo, my favorite thing to do is this. I love it so much. I do it all the time. Like, anytime I've had this experience. Oh, I remember this one time. Do you feel how in your energy when you're talking about, it's like you're reliving it again. It's so joyous. And then that other person feels like imagine when you ask someone about their passion and you see them come alive, and how you respond to that, like, oh my gosh, man, that seems so marvelous. There's a bond and a connection that happens there. There's a memory that's built there. Do you get what I'm saying? It's intuitive, it's organic, it's natural. There's trust that starts to build there. When you hunt this person and you inappropriately find out what this person likes and rob them of their opportunity to share that with you, that's almost a guaranteed rejection, because you're not giving them the opportunity. Like, yes, you might feel more connected and bonded with them. You might feel more aligned with them. Like, shit, we have so much in common. And that's your discovery, and that's great. But you did that on your own. You didn't give that person the other opportunity to feel that with you, to see your excitement or your response to what they were saying when they were talking about their passion. So you think that you can just come in and say, like, I have all of these I'm seeing someone, okay, this is specific, but I'm seeing someone like come in with like, you know how when you were younger, you have a t-shirt, and if you wanted to collect something, you kind of just like hold your t-shirt up and you like put them all in your t-shirt, and then you hold it against you, and then when you want to lay it down, you let your t-shirt and it falls out. I'm seeing someone doing that with like rocks or crystals or something. And it's almost like you come to this person, and you're like, look, I have all of your favorite crystals. And this person's like, how the fuck did you know those are all of my favorite crystals? And then you're like, look, here's this one from that one time when you were 5. Remember? That's why and this person, now you're putting this person on even more of a defense, even more of a guard. They're like even more heavily guarded, because it's like, now this feels invasive. Like, how the fuck do you even, I didn't tell this to you. I didn't tell this to anybody. Like, in fact, the only time I talk about it was when I write in my journal. Like, how the fuck do you even know that? Now I'm on guard. This is this external energy. Do you know what I'm saying? So Spirit is saying, like, I see that your intentions are well-meaning, but if you can get past this fear of rejection, you wouldn't feel the need to be so strategic in approaching this energy, and you have a better outcome of success when you just are organic And natural and fluid is what I just heard. Fluid, like go with the flow. Fluid, okay. There's a, so fluid, yeah. You guys are probably like, why are you laughing? Well, because I'm a pervert, and that's just what it is. So, yep. If you are too, welcome. Oh man. So, all right, let's take a look. Let's get a card, you guys, to see like what. I've already like shuffled this, but we're gonna do it again. Let's see what card, how you can, what am I trying to do? What am I trying to say? I don't know. I feel like that was pretty clear, and I feel actually really good now that I've like laid that out. God, this was probably a hell long reading. I'm sorry, you guys. Or hell no, I'm not, because fuck, that was deep. That was like some of my best work, yo. I feel shit. I'm sorry. So this might have been that pile that I was like, as soon as you hear, there's a moment of clarity. If you didn't listen to the intro, I would invite you. This is, oh, I knew this was going to happen. I said this when I was sitting on the toilet before I started this reading, and I had a thought, and I said it in the intro, and I was like, I'm pretty sure that in one of the piles, I was like, I know that I'm going to have a long intro. I just know it. There's so much going on, and I just know that in one of the piles, I'm going to tell them to go back and listen to the intro. And now here we are. That's so wild to me when moments like that happen, you guys. I wish that like I knew some of you guys in real life so I can call you up when they happen and be like, yo, listen, this shit that just happened, does that happen to you? But even if we don't, like, does that happen to you guys? If any of you guys here are really connected with your intuition or your psychic moments, like, do you have those moments, and how do you respond to those? Are you like, oh, it blows my mind still. And this isn't like, I haven't been doing this. This is something, honestly, that I've been doing my whole life. I wasn't aware that that's what this was. I've become more conscious and intentional with it in the last like 2 years or so. COVID 20. So like, yeah, 2 years or so. And it still fucking blows my mind when it happens. Anyway, sorry, that was a side note, but this is totally the pile that I said, like, there's something in one of these readings is going to be super clarifying, and you might have to process it first and be like, huh, but then you're going to hear it, and it's going to hit you, and you're going to be like, oh my God, I've been overcomplicating this. Like, this could have been so simple. And I feel like this is this pile, because I also said, like, I mean, I guess you don't have to re-listen to the intro because I'm basically reciting it, because I also said that it's like gonna switch your demeanor, your energy. You're gonna feel more like, kind of like, oh my, like it's like almost like a kid, like excited, like you're like, yes, I like, duh, like I've been holding myself back, and that's what I'm feeling right now. I feel very like talkative and excited and giddy, and just kind of like, I don't need any more. Like I don't even feel like I need to pull a card to tell you how to lean into this truth, or how to embody that truth, or what's the word, integrate like this, the truth of this. It's like, I feel like I don't even need to do that. I'm gonna do it though, because I don't know. Let's do this one. Some tips of how you can help, because I really love this deck. Not this deck, but I really love these. I haven't used these guys in a little bit, and I like to just like kind of let them fall out on their own. So yeah, how can you connect with, yes, connect with others is the first one that you have coming out here. And with that, I'm truly getting like, connect with others. Don't strategize on how to force someone to like you. Oh God, Jesus, the images that, maybe you're a very sexual energy, because honestly what I got, this is a little graphic, you guys. It's all good. I don't really, anyways, the image that I got was like someone a male and a female, like masculine and feminine body parts, trying to have sex like without lube, a lubrication of any kind, whether it's natural lubrication or manufactured lubrication, and the difficulty, the friction, the difficulty of that, like insertion. That's what your energy is like when you come at people in this, that was aggressive, sorry. But when you come at, I'm going to say this outside energy, or even like in building relationships, when you come at people in that way, not come at, that sounds so, see, holy shit, you guys. I don't know if it's me or you that has very sexual energy, but everything is kind of coming out. Anyways, oh my God, yes, drink more water. You guys remember how, like, this is what I'm talking about. Those are those moments, like I've been feeling that shit, then it comes out for confirmation. It's like those moments of confirmation. It's like, yes. All right, feel it out. Exactly, like connect with your feelings. Remember I said this was a feelings person, and Like connect with your intuitions, feel out the situation, be organic. And so a message that's coming through too is like to trust yourself, because I think that when you rely on your logical, you think that you're like, how can I describe this? It's like you have maybe like a natural inkling to do something. Maybe you have a natural inkling to hug this person, but then you rely on your logic and you're like, okay, well, according to my research and so I'm not going to do that. And it's like, that was the wrong thing to do, to not hug that person. Because if you felt it, that's your intuition and you need to trust yourself. That person maybe has a hard time saying they need a hug. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's like, hug that person if you feel that, you know what I mean? And that will help you build your confidence. That will be like the acceptance that you need without even having to have the words. This is true, genuine acceptance. Why? Because the way that person will then wrap their arms around you and melt into you and release a sigh of like, what is it called? Like just kind of like a sigh of relief. Yeah. And just kind of like melt into you and put their head on you and just kind of like, oh my gosh, I needed this. You know what I mean? Like that's the acceptance that you feel. That's not that hollow, like, oh yeah, great job, dude, like pat on you. It's not that hollow, like, yeah, you know, what an accomplishment. Attaboy. It's not that type of, or attagirl. It's not that type of like patronizing acceptance. That's not acceptance, honestly. That's like, oh my God, don't even. Oh, this also came out. You need a good cry. So you may literally need a good cry. So drink some more water because that can be dehydrating. But also I'm just getting from this too, like, don't be afraid to connect with your emotions, man. Even if like you're afraid to come to this person and say whatever because you're afraid you're going to cry and you're afraid of how that person might judge you. Like, I'm getting a very clear message of like the things that you think this other energy is going to reject you for are actually the things that this other energy is going to embrace you for. And that's going to be so healing for you because those are the parts of yourself that you have rejected based on the influence of this prominent, like of whatever, of your life, of your experiences or whatever. Like maybe you're a man and you were taught like men don't cry, toughen up. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, so you've learned as a man not to cry, shove that part down. But this other energy is going to come in and say, are you kidding? The only requirement for you to cry is to be a human. So are you a human? Because then that's a very natural, like it's necessary. It's needed to deny yourself the ability to be a human because you're this subsection of human is ridiculous. All humans cry. Do you know what I'm saying? The same way all humans need to intake fluids and then output fluids or whatever. Eat food and then excrete that food. You have energy coming in that can influence you and make you feel sad. Yeah, you need to let that out. Otherwise, it gets built up inside of you. Now you're expressing yourself in ways that are aggressive and like you're saying shit you don't mean, doing things you don't want to do, hurting people you're not trying to hurt. Like, so when you can accept this, cry it out. First of all, it's going to help you build your confidence. And again, that's going to be another moment of feeling accepted because the way that this person is going to, I just heard like love you in that moment and like accept you and paint it in the way that I just did. Like, it's a very human thing to cry. I'm not going to shame you for that. Are you kidding? Like, you know how much I cry? Like, that's how I feel this outside energy is like, I'm not going to fucking shame you for crying or judge you for whatever. Like, so that's a side note. All right, let's see if you can get any more here. This is how to like lean more and integrate more of like this truth energy to these beliefs that you have about yourself that's perpetuating this fear. It's like how to flip that energy. Scream it out. I just heard emote. I'm just getting very like, you need to express your energy. You need to express your emotions. You need to emote. Research it on your own. Exactly. This is bringing me back to like, stop going to external sources, to tarot readings, or stop hunting this person to try to figure out like, well, what can guarantee that they're gonna, you know, accept me or like me or whatever. Research it by connecting. Let that person tell you. Why? Because do you know how significant it is? Have you ever had that moment where you're just having a conversation with a friend in passing, like, not really anything, and it like, let's say, you know, the season's changing. It was summer, it's starting to get fall, and you're just in conversation, you're really like, damn, it's a little chilly. I haven't even gotten a coat for this season. I need to get one, you know, and then you're just like, oh, and then your friend is just kind of like, yeah, yo, it is getting cold, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And then you guys carry on, whatever. Next thing you know, like, this friend like is like, oh yeah, I saw this coat, you know, I got this for you. You know how meaningful that is? Because that for you, it's like, damn, you heard me when I said that? Like, you thought about me? When you, so that's the type of opportunity that you're robbing from this outside source when you like are researching that and then giving it. It's like you're robbing that person the ability to just have it, not that it's planned, this is all organic, like you guys are just having conversation, and it's those moments where, you know, you're just talking and you think like, because how many of us here feel like maybe people don't see us all the way, or we're misunderstood, or we're kind of like not really seen for who we are truly? Most of us probably. And it's like that moment of like, damn, this person saw me. Like, you're taking that from that person when you're like, I'm just getting someone spying through a window. Like, when you do that to that person, it's so, okay, I don't want to make you feel bad. And this is also, let some steam off, try the gym. I'm also getting very sexual energy from this, though. Let's get, like, 1, 2, like, maybe, oh, can you see this? Let's see if anyone can. Let's get, okay. All right, that's kind of a lot. More than I wanted to get. Express your emotions. I feel like your guides cannot be any more clear. Express your emotions. If there's another thing that comes out about emoting, make an offer. Exactly. If you want to conquer something, conquer this fear. I just heard make this fear your bitch. Like, if you want to conquer something, conquer this. Oh my God. Yo, whoever this is in your spiritual team, I've gotten this energy before. They're spicy. I think they're like a little bit of a younger energy. When I think of like my spiritual team, I think of, or like ancestors, I think of like wiser, older, elders, like that type of thing. But this energy is like a homie, like that type of energy. You know what I'm saying? Like someone maybe around your age range, like that type of thing. But what was I hearing? I heard, well, fuck, now I just lost it. But that energy was coming through with whatever it was that I just said. I literally don't remember what I just said before I started describing that energy. So there's that. Damn, and I feel like I want to go back to it, but something about making offers. So do that. Okay. Embrace conflict. Fight for what you believe. Exactly. Don't run away from it, man. That passion sometimes is what lets people know that you care about them. There's a line from like what is it from? It's like, hold on, it's coming. I want to say it's Rihanna, or no. Oh my gosh. It's something like, you don't, oh fuck, it's coming through. But 2 songs are coming through. One song that's coming through is Taylor Swift from her Mastermind song, where there's a line that's like, I'm only Machiavellian, and I'm only cryptic and Machiavellian because I care. So there's that. You might fit into that. But then there's another one that's like, if it's I want to say it's like J. Cole or something. Maybe it's Kanye West. I'm sorry. It's changing what I'm seeing, and so I'm trying to describe it. It's gonna get me to the line. I know it is. I want to say maybe it's Kanye West or J. Cole, or maybe it's Kanye West and J. Cole. I don't know the song, but I'm seeing like a flower. This is a different song, but I'm seeing like a flower growing out of a concrete. So maybe that's significant. Maybe that's this other energy, or now I'm hearing like from the concrete, who knew that a flower would grow? But that wasn't what I was going to say though. It something about like, okay, well, whatever. That's not coming through, so I don't want to force it. All right, meditate. And I just feel the need to say that meditate doesn't have to be this traditional sit with your legs crossed, hands like this, saying Om. You know what I mean? For me, meditation is the state of stillness and reflecting and being aware of my thoughts. Being aware of my thoughts so I can decide how I want to interact with the thoughts. Like, do I want my thoughts to have power over me, or do I want to recognize that these thoughts are disconnected from my being and it's disconnected from what I want? So why are these thoughts coming up? Probably because it's something, an unhealed area that we need to address and figure out, like, if you're a person that catastrophizes situations, maybe you like sprinkle doubt, you know, and you let your fears to kind of like take you off. It's like that for me, that's meditation. It's like, okay, why am I having these thoughts? What is this connecting me to? Why am I so fearful? Blah, 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 blah. So I just feel the need to explain that meditation doesn't, I know some people are like not really a fan of meditation because of how difficult it can be. But again, yeah, think about it. Like, reflect, be intentional, be internal is what I heard. Okay, and the last one that you have is put your feet in the grass or dirt. This is like one of my favorite things to do, especially like the beach or the lake or something. This is one of my favorite things to do when I feel like I need to kind of just re-ground and like re-center myself. Go outside and put my bare feet on the grass. It's grounding. You're literally connecting with the frequency of the earth, which is going to ground you. And as a person, I'm super like spiritual and psychic. So grounding myself, I have to be intentional about it. And it like, especially because like, I don't know, there's like one person that was really, really effortlessly good at like grounding me. I don't even know that they knew that. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Yeah. All right. This is what I have for you. Oh, I was going to get another one of these green cards. Let's just get one. Get pile one. One more final like advice card. Oh, okay. Two more final advice cards. You also have Owl at the bottom of the deck. Pay attention to the winds of change. That feels very encouraging, very uplifting, like shit's about to change. Pay attention. Okay, you have the Tree of Life. It says, you are deeply connected to the world around you and dependent on it for your ability to grow and thrive. This is giving me like a couple things. One, the connection energy, like connect with people. Don't strategize to get people, connect with them, but also grounding, like put your feet on the ground. You're connected to the earth. So if you feel unbalanced in your energy or whatever, maybe you feel polarized one way or the other in any type of realm, in your emotions, whatever, put your feet on the ground, on solid ground. I just got, my heart's like vacation. I don't know. My heart just freaking dropped. Vacation energy or something. Okay, you also have the Hamza. It's like one of my favorites. It says, may your Hamza hand bring you love, light, luck, and protection. So I learned this. I don't know if you guys know, but you see how the Hamza, it's like, it looks weird because it's like this Hamza has two thumbs. I don't know if you guys know this, but the Hamza it is it is a symbol of balance, of yin and yang, of masculine and feminine. This is like bringing spirituality and grounding that, and then like, so it's your feminine, your left hand, which is your feminine, all of the feminine energy, and then coming together with your right hand. Am I lining this up right? 1, 2, 3, 4. And so that's supposed to make your Hamza. So that's the two thumbs or whatever. Or something like that. Anyways, so yeah, unity, all that stuff. All right, I feel like I have talked for a freaking decade. I hope that the rest of these piles are not this long. Anyways, if you have still rocked out with me until this point, like, God, I'm assuming that this was helpful, that this was clarifying, because shit, why else would you listen to this? I guess maybe unless you fell asleep. Either way, I'm so pumped that you guys are still here. My back is hurting. I hope that this message was delivered with gentleness, that wasn't too erratic for your nervous system or threw you back into some sort of, I really hope not. Seriously, the point of this was to be like, to bring some sort of clarity to help move you out of this fear. So if it did that, I would appreciate if you can support this channel by commenting, interacting, liking, subscribing, sharing. Don't forget to hit the bell, you guys, if you're interested in being alerted whenever I do upload. I try to upload once a week. I record usually on Fridays, but however long it takes YouTube to upload it, it's sometime usually in the weekend. And then also I have the voting each week for the next topic. So that'll be here on YouTube for a while, but I'm thinking about transferring over to like Patreon or some external source for that as well. So, all right, that's what I have for you. I hope you have a magnificent rest of the day. Pile one. Bye. Okay, so pile two. Let me just start off. Oh my God, that was random. Sorry. I just started salivating like immediately as I was getting ready to say that. And like I had a spit bubble in the corner of my mouth, which is perfect actually, because that goes right along with what I was about to say. Which is that, okay, so I'm going to get more into it, but right away, the initial message that I was getting was that some of you guys are afraid of spirituality, and I heard spiritual consequence and like the spiritual realm. So like your angels, your ancestors, your guides, reaching out and communicating with them and what that experience might be. And some of you guys have some mischievous guides, because I heard spiritual consequence, and then right after that, I kind of chuckled. And some of your guides like intentionally are like in a loving way kind of playing on that fear of connecting with them. So it's like, because they see like how easily frustrated you get. So let me just explain what happened. This reminds me of a conversation that I had with a friend, and you might have picked this, pile. If you know, you know. Shout out, love you. But this reminds me of a conversation that I had with a friend, and I was channeling while talking to this person, and I was like, for your like guides, I'm hardcore getting cheeky fairy energy, and I never ever have gotten fairy energy. I was actually kind of a person that's like, I don't know if skeptical is the right word. I haven't had that experience, so I didn't connect with it, and I didn't dismiss it, but I wasn't actively seeking it. And so it was just kind of like, okay, those who believe in fairies and connect with fairies, like, that's cool. That's not anything that I'm interested in exploring, and I don't really have an opinion as to whether or not it exists. It just doesn't, it's not an interest. Like what I have going on, I like. And so that was the first time that fairy energy came through, and it was very cheeky. And what I was explaining to her is like, what I'm seeing was this person walking down like this path in this forest, and this person's so intentional and focused. Like this person is a pig, and this person, so I guess it's not really a person, it's an animal. The person that I was talking to in this vision, they were the pig. I think that makes more sense. And like they were walking out, they were so intentional about getting out of this forest for whatever reason. It was like that was the only thing that their mind was focused on, their eyes were focused on, and they're just going at a steady pace. Meanwhile, like fairies are kind of like flying around or whatever, and then go ahead of this pig, and on either side of the forest there are fairies posted with this string, and then this pig ends up like tripping over and falling into the mud. And then the pig is kind of like irritated that it fell in the mud, because it's like, I need to get out of this forest. Like I have my goal. I have my eye set on this goal, and I need to get to that goal. Meanwhile, like the fairies are trying to bring the attention to the pig that it's like, you're a pig and you just fell in mud. You love mud. Like this is the highlight of your day. You know what I mean? And it's like, you're so focused on a specific goal that you're not enjoying the process, or you're forgetting about the things that you're enjoying. So I'm sure that message is intertwined in here. So I haven't like really started piecing through all of it yet. But that was the initial energy that I was getting, was like, you have some guides that are kind of cheeky, and you kind of respond to it in this irritated manner, like, oh my gosh, this thing happened again. Or like, so when I was shuffling, if you're a person that watches the shuffles, this deck that I have is a pretty slippery deck. That might sound weird, but like handling it, it's so easy for this to kind of slide, which I actually like, because you see how that just happened? Like, so that's perfect, because in handling this, like that situation, you might have gotten irritated or frustrated, like, oh my God, this shit just keeps on falling. Like, I'm just trying to handle this or whatever. And that's your guides intentionally telling you kind of like to loosen up a little bit. Like, it's not the end of the world. Nothing, you just pick them up, add them right back to the deck, and then keep on going. Like, you know what I mean? The message that I'm about to deliver is still going to be delivered. I can flip these and add these. It's fine. I can set the card down or continue to handle them or whatever. It's like, it's not as big of a deal as you think, and it's not as detrimental, or it's not as impactful to this goal that you think. So I'm just getting the message of like, it's okay to take breaks to enjoy yourself. You know what I mean? Like, I just heard like, don't take life so seriously. Well, that's not, okay, let me back up, because it's not, this shell specifically is standing out to me. I cannot not look at it. I cannot stop looking at it. Now I'm looking at that one. I don't know. That's weird. Maybe some of you guys are like, can't you control your eyes? Yes-ish. When I'm reading, like, that's a part of following your intuition. is to not have, oh, that's such a perfect message. That's a part of following your intuition, is to not have such a tight grip on like, so like if you were a person that reads tarot, you might have been like, okay, so I'm going to read this card and like the meaning of this card I don't know why I don't know if my hair was in that picture or not, but like in the frame, I just hardcore felt like I needed to bend down and get so close and intently focus like on this, where like this is the only thing I see. Anything else that it's like tunnel vision. Yeah, that was the energy that I was getting. So why is this fear? Okay, we'll get to that, I guess. But like you're the type of person, if you were reading this deck, you would focus intently on that and like the need to have the control. Like I'm going to start at this card first and I'm going to read what it says in the book and I'm going to do that meaning, then I'm going to move to this card and da-da-da. Whereas if you are intuitively reading, if you're connecting honestly through your intuition and your psychic gifts, you know that it's like all of these cards are here, but I couldn't tell you what this tarot deck is, like, because even as I'm shuffling and they're popping out, I'm already getting visions. I'm already hearing stuff. I'm already tapping into the energy. So that's where my focus is. So I don't see with my physical eye these cards. And my attention is drawn here. And then wherever it's drawn to, like, that's what I'm acknowledging. Like, that's how most intuition flows. And I feel the need to say that to you now, because I feel like this is how it works. Now I'm being drawn to the elephant. I feel like the way that I kind of bounce around and ping pong, like that is a situation that might feel frustrating to you, because it's like, I'm just getting someone that's irritated, like, finish the thought. What were you saying? Oh my God, this is disconnected. Like, what is the fear? Like, someone's getting irritated that I'm not like following the like, okay, well, what's your fear and where is this fear coming from and what's the truth behind the fear and how can you fix the fear? Like, that it's not going in that kind of order. And if you're not feeling that outright right now in this particular reading, like, that's how your energy generally responds to situations that feel out of control or kind of like ping-pongy bounced all over. That's intentional. Your guides are coming through intentionally. They're being cheeky and kind of putting you in situations so you can recognize how tight of a grip you have on needing to have control. Now I'm being drawn to this shell again, specifically like how this shell is tiny. I just heard tiny but mighty. So how the shell is tiny, but how it's pulled away from like the rest of these shells. I almost said the border of shells. So that might be significant. Something about a border. Okay, something about a border, maybe a border. I'm hearing border of Mexico. Does that mean something to someone? Can you let me know? I'm kind of curious. You don't have to if it's personal. I'm getting like, the other thing that I'm getting is trauma. This is a fear of acknowledging a trauma. And so for someone with that border, there might be something about a situation, like something about family. I'm getting family, like, and border, like Mexican border. Maybe it is Mexico specifically, or maybe not, but something about like, there's a family, there's a border, and there's like, this is metaphorical. There's a divide. So it's like you have a family that's over here and there's a border and you're like here. Like so you feel separate from your family. Good God, Aaliyah. And that, my darling, is how intuition works. If you are so stuck in logic and literal, and you are so stuck in controlling the narrative, is what I just heard, then you're going to miss the intuition. And your guides are specifically setting up situations like this to show you how much you need to have control so that you can acknowledge it and release it and address it, so that you can tap into your intuition, so that you can connect with your guides and get past this fear. There we go. Okay, you have a fear of connecting with your guides because it's like something about like, I'm getting ghostly energy. Like, okay, I'm sorry. This is reminding me of I feel like when oh my God. Calm down, Leah. Calm down, relax. Let me relight this candle. What's happening with me right now is like, I'm getting so excited because I feel your energy and I understand it. I understand the hesitation and the nervousness. I was here once too, but I'm getting excited because it's like, oh my God, like you are afraid of, Aaliyah. Okay, sorry. I get so excited sometimes I cannot speak, you guys. I'm sorry. It's the ASD, and that's what's happening right now. So what I'm trying to explain to you is that I'm excited because, one, I can relate to this, and I'm going to articulate the I just heard the unknown. So you might also be afraid of the unknown. You might be connected to pile one. But this fear that you have connecting with your spirit guides, I understand, I can recognize, I can literally relate to that. I'm excited because I remember feeling this, and then when I actually experienced it, I was like, oh my God, this is crazy. Now what I'm seeing in my third eye is this video that I came across where this little girl, she might have been like 11 or whatever, she was getting her ears pierced, I think like at Claire's or something. And she was sitting in that chair, her eyes were watery, and she was so tense and she was so scared. And she, like, her parents were talking to her, like, are you okay? It's gonna be okay. And it's kind of that fear that you can't even, like, I can't talk to you. Like, I need to really concentrate right now on not completely losing my shit. And then the little girl gets her ears pierced, and she, like, her face kind of looks confused. And then she's like, her entire body releases and relaxes. And she's like, I overreacted. That's how you're going to feel once you connect with your spirit guides, because I feel like there's this fear that's probably based in what I'm getting is like, I want to say tradition, kind of like it's been passed along, like, oh, I just heard we don't talk to ghosts. We don't commune with ghosts. Like, we don't tap into our psychic abilities. Like, that you might have been raised in a very, like, religious, man, I'm just getting such, like, heavy energy. It's so close-minded. But you might have been raised in, like, in an environment where, you know, you don't talk to... I'm sorry, you guys. Hold on. The energy is kind of changing. I'm getting just kind of, like, heavy, dark energy. And I don't know if that's the energy that... It doesn't feel like... Okay, how can I describe this? Is this... So, okay, I think this is your fear. Like, you're afraid of, like, the darkness of it, which is valid. Like, the evils. Okay, so you might have been a person where, like, your family or your community or whatever said, like, it's evil to read tarot, or it's evil to connect with yourself, or, like, don't do the Ouija board. Like, I just heard, like, that's, like, stirring up the devil. Like, you're going to invite in the devil, like, that kind of thing. First of all, I want to say, do you know how many times people invite in the devil in their everyday life by their choices on a regular for real? I'm not kidding. Like, when you intentionally decide to perpetuate your shadow and be intentionally malicious or manipulative in a way that is detrimental to another person or anybody, do you know what I'm saying? It's like, that's inviting in the devil, because that's your demon. That is the energy that it's your shadow side. Do you know what I'm saying? So, like, that's the energy that will tell you whatever your fears are real. And that's not you. So you can invite that in even without people. Literally, they do. I don't know. Sometimes it's intentional, sometimes it's not. But literally, like, if you think that, what am I trying to describe? Yes, there's a valid concern that when accessing this part of ourself, our psychic abilities, our psychic gifts, by connecting to the by connecting to spirits, and that 5D realm, yes, it's a valid concern that you can invite in evil. You can also do that in your regular physical life in the 3D realm by the people that you hang out with. If you know that someone is, I don't know why this is the example that's coming to me, but if you know that someone is like, I don't know, like, they're just not a good person, I guess, or that's so generic. Like, if someone is doing something that is like, okay, so maybe there's a serial killer, you know what I mean? And then you, like, you see this person and you're like, you realize, like, damn, this is a serial killer. If you continue to, like, engage and talk to and hang out and be curious and join forces, align with, and start to take on the actions and build a relationship and you guys start going in the same direction. Now suddenly, like, that's inviting in evil. Do you know what I'm saying? In your regular physical life, that's inviting in the devil, quote unquote. Like that. So yes, it's a concern that can happen here, but that can happen in your everyday life too. You know what I mean? The difference is when you connect with spirituality and it's intentional, you get to choose. And when you empower yourself, you know what I'm saying? Like you get to decide what energies you engage with. And when you recognize that it's just energies and these devilish or demonic energies only play on fears that you have, basically all that does is send you into a journey where you have to then acknowledge your fears and then overturn that and recognize the truth of it so that that fear is no longer a fear. And then once that fear is no longer a fear, this devil no longer has, or this demon energy or whatever you want to call it, no longer has that power over you. Do you get what I'm saying? That's literally what demons and devil energy is. That's what evil energy is. It just plays on the sides of yourself, these fears. So a good way to combat that is to be authentic and live in your truth. You don't have to hardcore blast everything you've ever done to everybody in the world, because people are still people and they're judgmental and blah, 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 whatever. But if you were having a conversation with someone that you trust and, they ask you about something, be truthful about it. And if it's not something that you're comfortable with, or maybe it's a person that you don't trust, I mean, you can pivot however you need to pivot. You know what I'm saying? But like, don't lie because that will make it worse. To just not answer is not the same as lying. You know what I mean? Because to lie basically it's like to reiterate or to it's like to confirm to that outside whoever's asking you about it. So, okay, if there's a person that you don't trust and they're asking you about that thing you did in 5th grade, you know what I'm saying? They have a reason for asking you about that. And if you don't trust them because you think their intentions are malicious, to lie only proves to that person that that's a soft spot for you. Do you know what I'm saying? That's a quote unquote weakness. That outside person might look at that as a weakness. So you're giving them the power. Whereas if you own that shit and you're truthful, you're like, you goddamn right I did that shit at 5th grade. Can you believe that? I was hella fucking smart. Or like I was hella fucking like whatever. You don't even have to acknowledge that or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But in that way, it's like Charlemagne has this, Charlemagne the God, he's a radio host, but he has this quote that I don't know if he still says, I haven't listened to him forever, but it's about basically like owning your truth. And I really freaking love that I embodied that. So, yeah, live in your truth. This is giving me, so what I'm seeing now is like that scene. If you guys have ever seen 8 Mile, you know that scene. I don't remember what scene, but it's like Eminem was rapping against Clarence or something like that. And it's like the final round. It's like, who's going to take it? And Eminem's like thinking for a while, like what's his approach? You know what I'm saying? Then he steps up to the mic and he's like, starts going off about himself. He's like, I am white. I am a fucking bum. I do live in a trailer with my mom. I do got a dumb friend named Cheddar Bob who shot himself in his foot with his own gun. Like he starts going off like, yeah, all this shit that you're about to say about me, it is true. Then he's like, but I know something about you. Your name is Clarence. You went to private school. So like he's like, all of this facade that you put on, homie, that you think nobody, you're like pretending to be this tough person that has this rough life, but you go to private school. Clarence parents and what is it? He's like, and both of Clarence parents are still married, and Clarence parents had a real good marriage or some shit like that. He's like, homie's a fake. You know what I'm saying? Like he's rapping that he has this tough life and he's in the streets and he's hood and he's da-da-da-da, but like that's fake. Now it's time for Clarence to rap, and what the fuck can Clarence say about Eminem? He already put all his shit out there. He can't, and now it's like, are you going to defend yourself? Because now how can anybody trust you? Because you're pretending to be this image, and you're saying all this shit, but I just put people on game. You know what I'm saying? Now they see who you really are, so what the fuck can you really say? That is taking back your power. I have no idea why I felt the need to go into that, but I feel like you needed to hear it. You needed to see it from that perspective. I think you have a hard time with, I think there's a okay. So there's a fear of connecting with your authenticity, your truth. And there's a fear of like people finding out like who you are. Okay. This is giving me like a 2-part fear. You did have 2 cards though. And so there's that. So when you connect with your truth, it's like, oh, okay. I'm sorry, you guys. I lost it a little bit. It lost track of where I was going, and it's coming back to me. So to circle that back around, when it comes to this fear of like the evils or the demons in the spirit realm, or even just in the physical realm, there's this fear of connecting. I don't know if it's because you think like someone's going to find out who you are, or like it's inviting an evil or whatever, but it's basically that to combat that evil plays on your fears. So if you have a fear of people finding out who you are, the best way to combat that is to be authentic in who you are. Because when people try to call you out, it's like, what? Okay, you're not letting anybody know anything that they don't already know, because I've said it myself. So at this point now, you just look like an asshole that's insecure with yourself, and you have to try to, point out whatever you think is a flaw in me to make yourself look good and to get other people to think that I look bad. So you failed at that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the type of demeanor that you have to have. And that's your reading, Kyle, too. Thank you. I'm just kidding. But like, don't you feel like that was kind of clear? I'm sure there's more here, so I'll get into it, but I feel like that was pretty clear. So that's your fear. All right. So what is this fear associated with? All right, so I'm getting like, from this card, I'm just getting like an older, okay, hold on. There's an energy that's coming through. It's like this energy, they have a lot to do with how you feel about yourself. They have a lot of influence on like how, or had, if they don't now, they had a lot of influence on how, like the way that you feel about yourself. I'm getting this is like deep rooted, and you're not, okay, so I was getting this beforehand. So you have a fear of addressing trauma. I don't know if I can't remember if I said that already or not. But it's like this fear of addressing the trauma within you. And the best way to do that is to go internal and to reflect and to pray. Seek out counsel through your spiritual guides, through your ancestors. It's like, what I'm getting is like, I'm getting a lineage, and it's like, you have the ability to access the key to unlock, excuse me guys, I'm sorry. I just burped. So there's a lot. It's like you have to release negativity. So like, this is like breaking generational cycles. Okay, hold on. There's a lot that's coming in, you guys. I need to sit down. Okay. So what I'm getting is like, you have the ability to, I keep hearing flip the script. So flip the script to change the direction of your lineage, to break like these toxic patterns. And you have the ability to do that because you have this intuitive, you have, okay, hold on. I just heard gusto. Like, you have the gusto to break away from this idea. You have the gusto to break away from this idea that like connecting through your psychic gifts or through tarot or through whatever is inviting in evil. Like, you have more of a curious approach, more of an open mind. Like, no, it's not. You have more of a curious approach. So you would be more likely to connect with your guides, your angels, your ancestors, maybe than anybody else in your family, because they still are so heavily filled with doubt, where you're like, maybe, okay, look at this cat. Oh my God, I didn't even realize that this had a freaking Ouija board on it, but look at this cat. It's like the way that this cat's paw is up over the Ouija board, and he's like so intently focused, and he's steady. He's like, I'm open. His ears are perked. His hand is there, and he's like, the energy that I'm getting from this is like curious. Like, all right, it's I want to say undecided. Like, he's not unwilling, but he's listening to you as you explain to decide whether or not he wants to continue forward and like, okay, I want to try this, or no, I don't. Like, you're in the middle of explaining. He's like, okay, you capture my attention. I'm listening. What do you have to say? How does this thing work? Like, whatever. You know what I mean? There's like this curiosity that like he can make the decision. Yes, I want it. I don't know. I'm getting male energy from this cat, but maybe you're a male. I don't know. But like he can make the decision. Like, I mean, I'm just here. Like, I know in this card you don't see it, but I just see like behind this shadow, it's like a line of family members that are like fearful and doubtful. And he's the one that stepped up. That's like, all right, let's see what this is about. Explain this to me. That's you. And you have the ability to change, I keep hearing, like, to change the direction of this lineage, of this fear, to break away from this fear, because actually, this is not anything to be afraid of. This is your guidance system. Because what I'm getting is like the way that your family line may have connected with your family line. Your family might have connected like specifically with God. And I mean, I have no judgments of that, but like that you might have a family that doesn't acknowledge the universe, or doesn't acknowledge the divine, or doesn't acknowledge Allah or Buddha or whatever. Like your family might be the type of person, God, I said whatever so aggressively just now. I heard myself in my physical ear. Sorry if that was really loud. I don't mean whatever as in it's not important. I just mean like anything other than God, your family might be the person that's like, no, we don't acknowledge anybody outside of God because that's like a sin or something like that. You know what I mean? And you're kind of like, there's this curiosity that's kind of like, I mean, I've seen other people do it and they seem to be doing just fine. They seem to be doing really successful, actually. They seem to be really well. They seem to be really great, morally sound people. Like all loving, all accepting, non-judgmental. Like this seems like a community I want to be a part of. I feel like that's your energy. And so you're kind of like, well, I'm curious. You know what I'm saying? And it's almost like I'm seeing like a seesaw. It's like a balance between like, I'm afraid and I'm not afraid. Like I'm curious, but I'm also afraid. I'm curious. It's like a back and forth. Like the way that I explain it, like I feel like you're like, yeah, I'm kind of curious. But then also that embedded fear when it's like, well, the demons and the darkness and, remember when we saw this thing happen to that person or whatever it is, people, like your family members saying like, or whatever the situation is, there's some sort of influence that tells you that this is dark and scary. And like, you can't, I'm just like, I just heard like, you can't come back from that. Oh, someone might have, okay. So what I'm getting is like, you might have a family line that says like, you're going to hell if you practice witchcraft, or if you practice tarot, or if you talk to your psychic gifts. Like, I think that it's like in the Bible, it specifically said, like in the Bible, it specifically says, I'm not well versed in the Bible, but I believe that it actually says like you shouldn't partake in like sorcery or divination, witchcraft, some other terminology that's like super freaking aggressive in my humble opinion. You know what I mean? And so because you grew up in a family that was like based in Christianity, I'm getting for a lot of you guys, that says like you cannot participate in this, and then it's that rhetoric of like, if you sin, you're going to hell. If you have same sex intercourse, you're going to hell. If you have intercourse with more than one person, you're going to hell. If you tattoo your body, that's your body is your temple, you're going to hell. If you talk to ghosts or commune with ghosts, you're going to hell. Like, you know what I mean? Like that type of thing. Something about poison is coming through too. Maybe, I don't know, like somebody, okay, this is a specific message, so please only take this if this applies, but somebody might have, I heard fear mongering, like somebody might have put the fear in you that someone you knew poisoned you, and that's why you're curious about this. Like they fed you something, or they gave you something that you drank, or they like did something to you. They gave you a gift. Like they might have encouraged you to throw out a gift that you got from someone that maybe does something like this, like divination, or, you know, with the, I'm seeing like the pendulums, like crystals, rocks, herbs, like someone that you might maybe know. Maybe they just gave you a crystal or like a necklace with a ring that has, oh, sorry, this is coming through pretty specific, but it's like someone that you know gave you a gift or something. Or maybe they just practiced in that and they like invited you over for dinner, or like you, I don't know, I'm just getting like you consumed, maybe they did a tarot reading for you. I don't know. It's like they feel like that person poisoned you. Like they opened up this door for you and I'm noticing the door in this card. It's like they opened up this door to the, okay. I just heard door to the devil. Like they feel like they opened up the door to the devil for you. And that's why you're curious. Not because it's of your own volition or your own will or your own curiosity or your own ability to determine for yourself what your limits are, what you're afraid of or not. It's like, and I feel like a part of you kind of maybe took that on. Like there might have been a part of you, like you kind of were like, questioning, like, damn, did this person put a spell on me? Did this person do voodoo? I heard voodoo before I started doing this reading, and so that makes sense why that came through, because it's like that. Like you might think that someone like did voodoo on you, or maybe your family, someone around you convinced you that like this is bad, and the only reason why you're interested in this is because this other person, this other energy, they did something to you. I just heard like, don't go messing with ghosts. Don't go, okay. Like, don't go stirring up, okay. Don't go stirring up the ghosts of the past. And I'm getting that in two ways. Like connecting to spirits is like, let sleeping spirits lie. Partly because I think that whoever's saying this is like, they're trying, oh, okay, this makes sense, connected to the, it's like they're trying to hide a part of the family history. Like maybe something really bad happened. And the family like has covered it up. They worked really hard, and finally it's at a point where it's like it's not brought up anymore. It's not talked about, and so it's like, no, don't go poking around because you might revive this thing that we put to bed. But it's like you didn't put it to bed though. You like dug a grave and threw it in there and buried it against its will. That's a metaphor, you guys. I know this is sounding like really heavy, and this language is kind of aggressive, but I feel like that's how it's being presented to you very aggressively. Like, we don't do this. This is going to be it's going to be your demise. You're opening the door to the devil. And it's like, do you even have the knowledge? I feel like your type of okay, well, I don't know whose energy it is, but it feels like in response to that type of aggressive energy, it's like, do you even have the knowledge to, or the experience, the research? Like, do you even have the knowledge to say what this is or isn't? Like, have you even never done it to know how it works out? Or do you know anybody? Like, do you even have the experience? Or are you just also going off of like, you meaning like the family members, the outside? It's like, are these people just going off of what was told to them by people that had it told to them by people who like, this is like generational patterns, generational curses. Exactly. Like, are you just afraid of this? And this is who had the experience where the devil came in. And like, let's talk about it. Cause I feel like in that situation, I'm pretty sure we can like, I want to say like break that down, or like kind of, I can guarantee that it's like, that's whatever devil or darkness they were dealing with was their own guilt, or their own, like, do you know what I'm saying? It's their own shadow elements. It's like that energy of like, when we think something so much that it becomes real to us, that we start acting in that way. You know what I mean? Like, if we become paranoid and we think everybody's after us, then we start doing things to protect ourselves because we think we're endangered. But really, that's not, no one's after us. We just thought that so much that it felt real. That's your demon. That's your devil energy. So whatever person that had this, the devil or whatever, it's like, I feel like you're a more, yeah, I just realized this was the Wheel of Fortune card. It's like you're gonna change the fates of this lineage. And I don't really know if I touched on like what the fear is. I think I did. I don't know. This feels, I feel like it's like kind of exhausting for you, because I think you're trying to balance like your own curiosity and research with, it's like, okay, that's not the right word, not balance. It's like, it feels kind of exhausting, because it's like you're having to manage the emotions. I kind of want to laugh. I don't know why. It's like you're having to manage the emotions of your family members and your energy is coming through like, oh my God, you guys, can we all just calm down and relax? Like, we don't even know. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, what I've seen of it, what I've experienced, I feel like okay, that's what it is. It's like you're picking up that there's no merit on what these people have said to you, like your family members, or it might not be, I'm saying family members, but that could just be a metaphor for who's close to you. I don't know. Maybe it is literally your family. Maybe it's people that's like your family. Maybe it's just a community. Take that however that applies. But whoever this group is that's saying like, no, we don't do that, whatever. It's kind of like you've maybe secretly like explored it on your own. And you're realizing like how these people kind of like weaponized and demonized this to you. And you're kind of realizing that this group, there's no merit in what they're saying. You're like, okay, so I've had enough experience with this now to know that, like, yeah, shit can get pretty wild, but this is not at all anything like I heard fear-mongering again. Like the fear-mongering that's going on here. And I'm just getting like, I don't know. I think there's like an intimidation factor. Like maybe you're being watched in a way that's like they're trying to intimidate you, and to see if their intimidation is working. Like, don't do this. You're dancing with the devil. And they're watching you to see, like, are you going to dance with the devil? And they're making it so aggressive and so intimidating. Like, some of you, okay, this is what I'm hearing. Some of you guys, like, you might have gotten threats from the family, like, to be outcasted. Like, to be cut off. Getting, like, black sheep energy. And it's like they're intensely watching. Like, that's the only leverage they have is, like, oh, my gosh. What this is giving me is, like, this is how I'm hearing it. If you break off to be an individual, then you're not like a wolf pack. Like, you're no longer a part of the pack. You know what I'm saying? It's like if you decide to individualize, you're no longer welcome here in this pack. And it's like, yeah, we're in a fucking pack, but we're each our own individual wolves. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have an alpha. There's only one alpha. That's an individual, but we're still a part of the pack. You have a this, that's a that, but it's still a part. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, we all take care of and look out for each other, but we're still individuals. And just because I explore something different, like, you want to cut me off? That's fucking wild. Is that your energy? Like, I feel like that's your energy. Like, it's like you're realizing that. I don't know if you vocalized that yet. I'm sorry. I don't know if this is, I don't know why I just apologized. I don't know why this is, I feel like, I don't know if this is really answering the question about like your fear and the truth behind your fear. So please let me know if this is giving you some sort of clarity. That was my intention. I'm just getting that energy, like, it's so, wow. I just had a moment where I like came back into my physical body and I like had the awareness of what I was doing. Normally I'm like, when I watch the playback, I see how I'm shifting these cards and I don't recognize that I'm doing that while I'm doing it in the moment. I'm channeling, and I don't know, my fucking hands have a life of their own, I guess. But just now in that moment, like I was back in my physical body and like I realized how the fuck I keep on messing with these cards. And I do that because I don't know why I do that, but I just see, like, I just want them to be so symmetrical and lined up and like pretty and stuff. I don't know. Is that weird? I don't know why I feel the need to explain that, you guys. Is somebody curious about like why I keep on touching this? If so, can you let me know? You don't have to. I'm not like, I'm not offended or anything. I'm happy to share. Sorry. God damn, sorry. That was really like taking over. So Okay, hold on. I'm being drawn to this song. So you have Made You Look by Megan Trainor. I could have my Gucci on. I could wear my Louis Vuitton, but even with nothing on, I made you look. Um, and now I'm being drawn to the vulture. It's like, okay, hold on, you guys. It's coming through and I'm trying to sort through it. So I'm sorry for this pause. I'm getting the energy of, excuse me, individuation and releasing like negative, toxic patterns. Maybe specifically about like how you present yourself. I think you're recognizing like you are worthy of being loved without all the extra shit. I think you're recognizing that in this like group dynamic, whether it's a family, a friend group, a community, or whatever. Okay, sorry, it's coming through. I'm just trying to piece together. I'm getting like healing a trauma, something about like an image, a facade, and then individuating and how you play into that. There's like the transformation energy that you're recognizing, like that these people present themselves in this way where they wear the Gucci or the whatever, and they kind of like, I heard groupthink, because that is a part of a trauma that they don't want to address, why they feel the need to hide their true self. You know what I mean? It's like, why can't you accept yourself? It's like you're recognizing that this group of people, I'm hearing fear mongering again, like they do this fear mongering and this intimidation and this, I heard showboating and this like, I have all of this, and they kind of like prop themselves up because they're so afraid of dealing with their own traumas, connecting with their own spiritual guides. Oh, and I think that there's a part of you that's recognizing like maybe they don't want me to tap into this tarot or this divination or this psychic energy, because I'm realizing some profound ass fucking truths that's changing me and separating me from this group of toxic ass energy, and they don't want that. Like, I'm seeing like claws being sunk in. Why? Sorry, I'm not asking you. I'm just like, why? Why don't they? Why? I'm not asking you. I mean, hell, you can sound off in the comments if you want to. But I'm just not, I'm confused as to why is there an issue with individuating? I don't actually think it has anything to do with you. I think it would be anybody that tries to leave the group. Oh, I heard power in numbers. So it's like if you guys, okay. Now I'm seeing like a kill circle where, like all of the, okay, well, let me be frank here. I'm seeing the scene from The Croods where they all get in a circle with their backs faces each other. And anytime there's like a predator, they're in a, I don't know if how this looks on the camera, but they all are like in a circle like this. So they have eyes in every direction. So it's like there's power in numbers. If anyone tries to come at us and this is the energy of the group. This is their demeanor. This is what they would say if they could articulate it this way. It's like if anyone tries to come at this group and attack our weakness, because we are very fragile, we are very insecure, we don't really have very much to stand on because we are a group, we're not individuals. You get what I'm saying? Then it's like we would crumble easily. You have I'm pretty sure you have the tower. Yeah, like we would crumble easily. I don't feel like I'm doing a really good job explaining this or giving this example. So it's like if we all kind of keep a lookout and protect ourselves at any point, like if we all attack this one thing, we have a better chance than if we each had to individually attack this one thing on our own. This is a fear. Like, this is power in numbers. I think you're recognizing that, or maybe not, I don't know, but maybe this is the truth. Okay, here we go. We're getting somewhere, Palm 2. Hey. Like, finally. Okay, I feel like maybe that's how you feel figuring this out. Before I did your energy, I felt like, oh my God, I don't even want to do this. It felt so like, this felt so exhausting. Okay, so here we go. Let me pick this right back up. So it's like you're recognizing that, I fucking lost it. Oh my God, this is the truth. What was the truth? The fuck, you guys. I got so caught up in that. Why? I don't know. I'm sorry. Was that an offensive reaction? I'm not trying to talk down on this group. I feel like these people are significant to you. They mean something to you. I was celebrating the truth that I don't know if I said this in this pile or the last one. I can't remember. But I said, like, truth is freedom. It's liberation. And I feel like you're recognizing that. And so there's a celebration, one, of the fact that you're recognizing that there's truth and freedom, and then the excitement of, like, I feel like in your energy, it's like, if I can share this with these people, if these people can recognize what I recognize about the freedom and truth, they won't be so chained together and so chained to this thing that keeps them so fragile. It's reminding me of this quote that I channeled a couple weeks ago. Maybe I posted it on here. I'm not really sure. If not, then I will. But it was basically saying, like, protecting the other. It was when I referenced it, I referenced it in more of like a relational aspect, like a partnership. But this can be in a group setting too. But it's like protecting the other from any outside criticism or whatever. It doesn't strengthen them. That's not protection. It just keeps them strong in their ego and weak in their insecurities. So do you get what I'm saying? The real way to strengthen someone is to give them equip them with the tools that they need in order to protect their self, from whatever might be thrown at them. And then their ability to handle that with that, like, minimal carnage, it helps to bolster their confidence, because they're like, damn, I really can do this. Like, these tools are helpful. Instead of you just, like, standing in front of that person and any hits that they take, like, yeah, it keeps them protected, but really you're injuring yourself. Whereas neither party necessarily has to be, like, injured, because you have the tool. You're not standing in the way of the fire, but you're equipping them with the tools to protect them from that fire. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, maybe you give them the fire retardant suit, or you tell them, like, okay, when you see this type of fire, this is how you handle it. Or when you see this type of fire, back up, because that shit's going to demolish everything. And that usually lasts about this amount of time. And then once that fizzles down, you can come in with the water. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like that type of approach. And I feel like I don't know why I just explained that, but that came through. So there's that message. I'm sorry if that felt disconnected from whatever it was I was just saying. You guys, these channeled messages are coming in this was the pile, right, that I said about, like, releasing control and kind of just being in flow and allowing it to take you where it takes you. Is that this pile? You guys, I'm so sorry. Channeling, I feel like I cannot explain it enough that when I channel, like, I'm not in my mind, which means, like, my memory doesn't work. That sounds really terrible. So I'm sorry if that sounded disconnected from whatever I was just talking about, but that was it. The message came through. I'm just channeling you guys. So the messages are going to come through as they come through, and whoever it's for, it will resonate. If it's not for you, just leave it to the side. But the way that this is coming through is also connecting me back to the message of your angels saying, like, to recognize how I think that, okay, so what I'm getting is that, like, this is happening in this way, kind of like chunky and all over the place, kind of in flow, so you can see and recognize what intuition looks like and feels like in the way that I articulate it. Not because that's going to be your exact experience, but so you can pay attention and say, like, oh, okay, I remember when I watched this reading, Aaliyah was explaining this happened, like, maybe this is what my intuition is like, or like, oh, I remember this similar experience, and okay, so this seems disjointed from that, and so this might be my intuition. It's kind of like that. So to give you some sort of, like, I heard, like, a starting point of how you can begin to connect with your own intuition and recognize what that is. Damn, I feel like there was a bomb-ass message about the truth behind this fear, and I hate that I lost it. And I really want that back, because I felt like that was so profound. I don't know, something about the kill circle. Oh man, that makes me kind of sad. Oh well, all right. I'm not gonna force it. So if it comes back, it'll come back. Um, okay, I'm feeling called to talk about the story of Persephone. I don't know if you guys know this, but Persephone is the queen of the underworld. And so basically what happens is she goes to the underworld like 6 months of the year. Why? Because Hades, is it Hades? Who is like the king of the underworld, the lord of the underworld. No one is allowed in or out of the underworld without Hades' permission except for Persephone. And then Mercury is allowed in there all the way. Persephone, because she's the queen of the underworld, obviously, like that's her domain as well. The thing is, like, Hades saw Persephone and thought she was so beautiful and like manipulatively tricked her into the underworld. So she like married him against her will. She didn't want to. And she was so sad. And Persephone's mom, whose name I cannot remember right now, got so sad that she couldn't gain access into the underworld. So she couldn't see her daughter. So she got so sad that everything started dying. This is the story behind how autumn and winter comes around, right? And because Persephone's mom was so sad that she couldn't see her daughter, everything started dying off. And everyone was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. We need to put a stop to this because like the crops are dying. All the resources are dwindling away. Like we need to bring joy back to, her mom. So Hades allowed Persephone to go back to Earth, like to go above ground, to leave the underworld, above world. I don't know, what do you call that? And then that's the story of like how spring and summer comes around. So now it's like Persephone lives above Earth for 6 months of the year, and then the other 6 she's in the underworld. So she gets like the best of both worlds. I don't really know what the messaging is for you guys for that, but that I was called to explain that. But also, like, do you notice how beautiful and soft she is? And she's like the queen of the underworld. There's something that's coming through about that. Like, I feel like you've been kind of like disillusioned by all of this that this outside group is saying about this being so bad and so evil. It's like this is metaphor, you guys. Like maybe you were Persephone or you know somebody that's Persephone. Okay, so this other energy that I was telling you about, that it's like someone in this group might be blaming another energy for your curiosity in this. It's like you're recognizing that this other energy is Persephone. Like they're so soft, they're so gentle, they're so demure, they're so nurturing, they're so loving, they're so caring. But like, yeah, don't fuck with them because she's the queen of the underworld. You know what I mean? Like she lives there 6 months of the year, but then she's also above. She's also above ground. This person it's like not. This is not a person that you put in one category and leave there. And so it's like, I think there's a part of your energy that's like kind of shocked and impressed and like, it's like, I'm kind of getting like in shock, but like in awe, kind of just like, holy shit, like surprise, like, yo, this person is the queen of the underworld? Like, I didn't think they have it in her. And I didn't think she had it in her. Like, that's your energy towards this other, that's the way your energy is reacting to this outside other energy. So to clarify, there's 3 sets of energies. There's your energy, the outside energy, and then the group energy. Your energy is interacting with this other energy, kind of like, holy shit. I just heard this Miko thing. Like, this Miko thing is the queen of the underworld. Like, this Miko thing deals with these energies, like, deals with these fucking demons and these ghosts and these, I heard goblins and ghouls. You're like, yo, this little tiny, soft, gentle, demure creature does that? That's fucking wild. Like, I feel like you have like mind-blown energy. And you're curious now, like, yo, if this energy can do that, I mean, okay, this is what I heard. So I'm just going to say it's like, surely I can because I'm fucking powerful. Like, that's your energy. Like, if this little old pack of a punch energy can do this, then mine definitely can. Like, I feel like you feel very prominent in your energy pile, too. It's like, oh, this, I feel like this dynamic opened up a new world for you, or that's the truth that's behind this. That's the truth that's behind this situation, or part of it. That you, it's like you, I don't know. So, all right, I've been here forever. Let me go ahead and pull how you can lean more into the truth, which I'm honestly not really sure I articulated well. I hope I did. I'm getting tired, you guys. So I'm sorry. Please don't feel gypped out of a reading. You're probably like, it's been an hour and a half. All right. Damn, this is going to take forever to upload, you guys. Prioritize yourself. Yes. Okay, so with that, I'm just getting like, I mean, I feel like you already know. It's like, don't go with the crowd. Don't listen to the naysayers. Prioritize yourself. What do you want? What are your curiosities? Like, what do you want? What do you want to do? I didn't mean to say what are your curiosities, because that feels kind of patronizing, like kind of fleeting and patronizing or whatever. But it's like, what do you want? What do you want to pursue? Like, to say curiosity is to say like, oh, I just want to scratch this itch, and once it's relieved, then I'm done. And that's not the advice. So I feel the need to explain that. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say pursue your curiosities. Yes, do that, but not in this way. Like, if this is an interest and a potential passion, even if it's this outside energy and maybe what they're doing, like if that's something that you want to pursue, do that. Do an act of service. So that's pretty self-explanatory. That, I feel like I'm getting a wide range of like what that's going to look like. I think some of you guys are curious about like tarot or divination or something, and like maybe learning it or like doing it yourself, or get that type of thing. Like maybe this outside energy you want to ask them or show them or have them show you, I mean. So I don't know. Okay, you have show generosity. And with that, I'm also getting like show generosity and kindness and compassion to this outside group. You don't have to be harsh or judgmental, but now that you know the truth and you recognize that this demeanor, this stance that they come from is coming from an insecurity, you don't have to like condemn it, but also it's not something that you have to stick around for. It's not your responsibility to convince them or change them. You just do you. And if they're paying attention to you the way that I know that they are, they're going to see that and see that you're fine, and your powerful ass energy, the way that it's coming through. Like if you handle that like, yo, this is nothing to be afraid of, that may spark a curiosity in them to say like, oh, well, if you tried it, then, and then they can start to explore their own passions and their own beliefs and their own, make up their own mind and start to individuate themselves. You need a good cry. This also came out for pile 1, so maybe you might be connected to that, but for that you need a good cry. I'm getting like maybe you might need to grieve the loss, the temporary, okay, I don't want to say loss, but like you might need to grieve the separation of this group. Let me explain that. You know, when we perceive a loss, something that we've lost, it's not truly lost. It just comes back in another form. So whether that means that this group you need to separate from them so that can be a catalyst to shake shit up in that dynamic, and then they can then you guys individuate, then you guys can be back in the same alignment and come back together in a similar energy, the same type of vibration, because right now there's a disconnect. It's malaligned. If they're still in the lower vibration where they're fearing this and you're not, what are you guys going to talk about? You know what I'm saying? Like, this is an entire journey, and this is not something you can talk about with everybody. So there's like, you might need to cry that out, you know, talk to someone about it. I'm seeing consult a therapist. If you need to, but I'm also getting, yeah, I said sheer generosity. Put your feet in the grass or dirt. This is going to help to ground you, especially if you're connecting more spiritually. This is so necessary. This also came out for pile 1, so I'm not trying to influence what you do. If you felt drawn, feel free. Stretch your body. Keep your body active and moving. Let go of fear. Exactly. And I feel like this is the fear of individuating. It's like you're right on the cusp and you have this realization, but taking the action to step away and individuate, like doing that, there's a fear in that, like letting go of this group or this group think dynamic. Let that go. It'll come back. And that is also connecting me to a good cry. Like, just grieve that. Give yourself the time for that, and then let it be what it be. Let it be what it's going to be. Master your desires. Lower nature. So this is, okay, hold on. I'm getting with this one, like, master your passions. But also like how it's connected to your ego. So your lower nature, that's associated with the root chakra, sacral chakra, and solar plexus chakra. So this I'm just getting a message of like bringing balance into like how you see yourself, how you see the world, or like the others, whatever. Like kind of balancing your ego and the way you express that, how you find your confidence. I don't know, that's coming through kind of like very, I don't know. All right, last one, you have minimize distractions around you. And I'm getting like the influences of others, maybe like this group and how much information they know about what you're doing and what type of influence they have, or how much they offer their opinions, or you allow them to offer their opinions, like by staying silent, even if you don't welcome it in, you're just kind of like, yeah, okay, I know. Maybe because they are a family member or whatever the reason is. It's like you have the ability to speak up for yourself and minimize that distraction. You can separate or just not share or say, no, thank you, I don't want the feedback. However you interact. All right, let's get one more card here. And then we'll let me just cut this again. And then we will be done here, because now that I've taken up a century of your time, which I'm so grateful for, you guys. Whoop, here we go. That you guys are here with me, that you allow me to read for you these long ass readings. Do I sound like I'm complaining when I say that? Because I do really like it. I like when I have the time to really give the details. I have so much Scorpio on my chart. Like, I'm all about digging into the depths, because I feel like there's just more clarity, a better understanding, a better grasp of whatever the hell it is that we're trying to get a grasp on. So sometimes when I have the shorter messages, I feel rushed and I feel like I'm missing it and whatever. So thank you for letting me rock out this long. All right, you have reawaken your sense of reawaken your sense of discovery and expedition. Exactly. Which is bringing me back to just this entire message of like this cat. I was like, okay, I'm listening. Tell me more. Let me decide for myself what I want to do and what I want to explore and how I want to go forward in that. So that's what I have for you, Pile 2. I hope something here was helpful and provided you with the truth that's going to help to shift something for you and move you in whatever direction it is that you want to move in, not in the direction that other people want you to move in, which hopefully is out of this groupthink energy. I seriously set that intention for you because I think that would be phenomenal. But if you're still here with me, I appreciate you, and I ask that you please interact with the channel, help it grow. And if you are interested in being notified whenever these messages are released, hit that notification bell. I do try to upload once a week, and I do send out a poll also, so that you guys can vote on the next topics. I think that I'm looking into possibly moving this over to Patreon. So once I have more information on that, I will let you know. But for now, I'm going to leave it here and say thank you so much for joining Pile 2, and I hope to see you in the next video. Bye. Okay, so what number are you? Pile 4. I don't know why I feel like I want to like kind of laugh. Laugh isn't the word. I just have this big smile on my face, I think because it's so freaking clear. Your fear is your truth. Speaking up on truth. Your fear, you are afraid of your voice. Why are you afraid? The truth behind that fear is an abandonment issue. And I know I just said that so like wham bam, thank you ma'am, we're done here, you can go. And that's not how it's coming through so clear. I haven't gotten into the details of it yet. But like the overlaying message of this is that. So stick around if you feel inclined. If you chose, this is probably, by all means listen. But if that doesn't seem like, that might surprise you, honestly. If that doesn't seem like something that you resonate with, I think that this might be a little bit enlightening and you might learn something about yourself, because you might be approaching this like, I don't have a problem saying stuff or speaking up for myself or saying how I feel or whatever. And it's like, yes, that is true. But it's when it comes down to like an emotional situation. Okay, so let's get into it. The song that you have here is Vigilante Shit by Taylor Swift, and it says, draw the cat eye sharp enough to kill a man. You did some bad things, but I'm the worst of them. Sometimes I wonder which one will be your last lie. They say looks can kill, and I might try. I immediately started laughing when this card came out, because it was like, oh, okay, so your fear is that you might try to kill someone, and that's that. And like, it may not be that literal, but it's that. It's like you might really hurt someone with your words. Okay, here's the thing. You're genuinely pretty clear, truthful, honest, fair. I'm getting like very Libran energy when it comes to communicating, like a fair communicator. You're not like one that's malicious or you try to hurt anyone. When you feel hurt, you're afraid of like your ability to cut someone the fuck down. Why are you afraid of that? It's not because your intention. It's not because you want to be mean or because whatever. It's because you're afraid that saying this truth, that the other energy ultimately needs to hear. That's why you were given that gift. So that's a part of the truth behind here. But the fear is not that. It's not what you're going to say or whatever. It's how they might respond. And you're afraid that they will leave you. That you might say something that cuts too deep and they wipe their hands and they're like, I'm out. You're afraid of that because you know that your intentions behind what you say are sincere. They're from a pure place. It's you say things with the intention of progression, to move whatever energy in a productive, positive direction forward, right? You say it with those intentions. However, you are not sure like where that line is. I'm being drawn to like draw the cat eye sharp enough to kill a man. It's like you're not sure where that line is for other people, that it flips the switch for them. Like they pull out and they're done. So you know that when you say things, you say it with good intention. So it kind of like, it's like you're afraid to say that because you don't know like at what point are you saying something wrong, or is it the delivery or whatever. It's like there's a confusion because to you you're like. And the thing is, like, you tend to kind of maybe just, like, fly off in truth. I heard, like, fly off at the mouth, but not in an aggressive way. You just fly off in truth. And the way that you might have, so with this Libra energy that I was getting, the way that you might have held yourself back in communication, like, let's say you met someone new. You're building a relationship with them. And you notice some things and you say some truth, but you're, like, really intentionally delicate about how you're saying it because your experiences have shown you that sometimes your words are sharp. They can cut people don't like that, and they peace out. And you don't want people to keep on piecing out. So you're intentionally delicate about what you say, but you're not going to withhold truth. You'll say it. Maybe you might kind of like pitter patter between how much truth or what type, like how much truth you give. You know, like, is this going to help the situation? Is that even your responsibility to speak up on this truth and say, hey, I noticed this thing about you? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you weigh that. You're very thoughtful in how you do this. So when you get to a point where you communicate something, let's say a boundary to a person, and that person disrespects that boundary and now it's creating friction in you, and it pushes you in an emotional state. So now, and by emotional, I mean like you're defensive. Now you feel like you need to protect yourself. And so you start saying like the truth, not with the intention to hurt someone, but just what you've recognized. It's like, I set this boundary in place because I saw this thing about you, and that thing about you, it's not for me to tell you to change it or not to change it. I just see this thing about you, and I know that that part of you is going to rub up against my own trigger, and it's not going to be good. So once that person, so you set that boundary, and then once that person starts like picking at that boundary, then that it's like, I'm just seeing like a transformer, like all of the things just kind of, it like creates like a dome around you in protection. And in that protection, it's your words, by saying like, listen, it's like you're trying to communicate why it's not good for this person to rub up against this boundary, because you know it's going to create an emotional reaction in you, which isn't going to be good. So you're trying to say like, listen, I see this thing in you, and that thing in you, I don't respond well in that. So before you come at me with that thing, you need to like make yourself known. Say like, hey, I'm leading with this thing. But in you saying that, you pointing out something in that other energy that's triggering to them. And their response is almost like, how dare you? You know what I mean? Now, like, you're the one who did something wrong. I'm leaving. And you've personalized that. And it's like, for you, you're like, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I'm just trying to, like, you're like, I'm communicating what I know about myself. I'm not judging this person. I'm not whatever. Like, I think you don't strike me as a person that's going to voluntarily engage in a toxic relationship. Like when you meet some people or whoever, whenever a new environment, a new situation, doesn't even just have to be people. I'm getting, it's not just people, it's situations, environments, social settings, whatever. If you feel the energy is off, you're not going to be like, well, let me just hang out here and see what it's like. Like you're going to be like, I don't know. This isn't feeling it. Like, I'm good on this one. I'm going to be out. You know what I'm saying? It's very intuitive in that way. And that's cool. So when you do decide to connect with someone and intentionally put effort into getting to know that person and, you know, building trust, creating a relationship, like some sort of a, you know what I'm saying? Like whether it's with a scenario, whatever, building trust, all that stuff. When you do put the effort towards that, you are genuine and intentional and sincere about it. And once you decide you want to make it work, you put everything behind making it work. And for you, a part of that is to be clear about who you are and to not force anybody to do anything or say anything or change for you or whatever. Like, you're not trying to mold someone into your perfect person. You are the type of person that engages with an energy and you see where that energy is, and you're like, okay, can this energy and my energy meld well? And if so, how? Like, how? You don't need to change your shape, but like, we don't connect this way. But if we both maybe adjust this, then we can connect. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that was in camera. I hope so. Because that's how you approach the situations, where other energies might see this and say, no, we don't fit. And they might not put forth the energy to change it. I think you experience that regularly, often, like it's more common than not. So you put in a lot of effort to try to communicate, like, I know that you see this as a challenge, but all we both have to do is just pivot a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can still be this shape, this knuckle, this hand. You can still be the hand. I'm not asking you to be a foot. Still be the hand, but like, just turn your hand a little bit, and I'll turn my hand. I'm not asking you to do anything that I'm not doing, and then we can fit. Do you know what I'm saying? But when you do that, these other energies don't always receive it, because in doing that, you have to point out a truth. So for you, it's like you're saying, like, this is, I am here, and I understand that. How can I explain this? It's like, it's the acknowledgement of a truth that you might be able to accept. You might not, like, you can accept these truths about yourself more readily than other people can. You welcome truth. If someone were to say, like, I noticed this thing about you, you would approach that like, is that so? you might not be like, oh yeah, that is me. Like some of it might genuinely catch you off guard, and you might be like, no, I don't think I do that. But you put effort into paying attention and being like, holy shit, like I do that. What does that mean? Like, why do I do that? How do I make these adjustments? Like, you'll then start to discover, like, is this a facet of myself that I want to maintain or that I want to release? And if so, what do I need to do to make that adjustment? That's your process of pivoting from here to here. It's a truth that's being given to you, some sort of awareness that's brought to you. You then process that, whatever, and determine how many degrees you need to move in which direction in order to be able to meld with this other, right? When you do the same with the other takes that in a way that's like, you know what I mean? It's like, kind of like, how dare you? How dare you see this about me? You're the problem, bye. Do you know what I'm saying? Or at least that's how you have processed it. This is your fear. And you have synthesized this in a way that it's what you say and how you say it. You're bad. So it's like the fear of, I don't want to say speaking up on truth, because you do. It's like a two-part thing. It's like a two-part fear where it's like dependent on the person's energy. How can I describe this? You don't have a problem speaking on the truth. The fear is like how someone might respond to the truth and whether or not they're going to attack you as a result, because you know that you've pointed out a truth that may be hard for them to reconcile. But you don't always know, like, what's hard for someone to accept varies from person to person or situation to situation. Do you know what I'm saying? So like one energy might be more receptive than the truth than the next energy. One person might not be receptive at all. One person might be fully in their projection energy. It's like it varies from energy to energy. So it's like this. I'm getting like push pull, like stop go kind of energy of like, what's the line? Not because you're being manipulative. Someone might receive this as like you're playing games or mind games, like stop go stop go stop go. It's not that. It's like, how much of my full self can I be with you before I feel like in your energy, like before I inevitably trigger you to blow the fuck up on me, because I don't want to reach that line. So like if I drop this truth, let me kind of stand back a little bit and like, are you going to explode, or like how do you interact with that? Like, are you comfortable with the truth? Like, do you know what I'm saying? Not because you're trying to taunt anyone, but because you genuinely are trying to work towards a common goal. Like, you see something in someone and you think that person sees something in you that connects you guys, and you genuinely are trying to work to like, okay, let's get this off the ground and move this forward. But your approach to do this, and this is not to say this is right or wrong, but your approach to do this is based in truth and integrity. But that truth and integrity, it's like it shows the other energy where they're not being truthful or where they're not being integrous. Is that a word? Integral. What's the word? Whatever. Where they're not maintaining integrity. And you've personalized that you're doing something wrong. So because you have personalized it that way, you have a fear of saying things that's biting, or it's like a two-part thing. It's like it's not that you have a fear of speaking up. It's more so that you have the fear of how someone would react and what they would say to you that's going to push you into a place of pointing out their truth to show them like, this is what, respectfully, like, this is why your perspective is wrong, because you're thinking this way, but this is the fool of the situation. People cannot handle that mostly. So because you call somebody out, you know what I mean? I feel like you attract a lot of people that play like power games. And because you have this very soft, meek energy that people would not expect you to have such power, such a biting tongue. And it's not a maliciously biting tongue. Like, you're not like throwing shade or calling names or being disrespectful. You're just speaking truths, but that truth is biting for people who don't accept the truth theirself. You know what I'm saying? And ultimately, if they can't handle that side of their self, if they cannot deal with their truth or integrate that, be aware, embrace that, love that, whatever, they peace out. And you personally, your fear is that it's you, that you get to a point where you lash out and say the thing, And let me be clear, because I don't get that it's always like lashing out in an irresponsible way. I get like you might be emotionally heightened, so your inhibitions and the way that you like this filtration system that you have, that's like sifting through, like, okay, I'll allow this truth to come out, and sifting like, well, let's hold this truth back because I don't know, that's not for me to say, whatever. It's like that filtration system becomes far and wide, and then more stuff seeps out. Not because you're trying to hurt anyone, not because you're trying to say something bad, more because you're trying to save the situation, more because you're like, okay, well, if this person can understand the truth the way that I see it, do you know what I'm saying? Like, and if this person can understand that I see their truth and I accept it and I love it and I'm not judging, like, I see that that's an insecurity for them. But if this person can see that, like, I actually am accepting of this, it's not a problem for me. And while whatever you need to do to work through that in a healthy way, like, I'm here, I support that. If you need space, like, that's cool. Like, you're very agreeable. And for you, it's like, so let me, like, so you're that, I want to say floodgate that comes out. It comes from that place where it's almost like you're trying to prove yourself, to be honest with you. But it's not going to work because this person, I'm getting like they're blinded now. This other energy, it's like they're blinded now because, it's you've said a truth to them that's, again, something that they maybe have not, no one has ever pointed out. Maybe they haven't even sat with it themselves to even recognize that it's the truth. And so their immediate reaction is to reject it because they don't see their self in that light. And they might not be a person to explore the truth with curiosity. When someone says something, or if something is pointed out to them about if they don't readily agree, or if it doesn't readily put them in a good light, they might be a person that's like, no, you're wrong. That's not at all what it is. They're not necessarily the person, or they may not have been in the past, the type of, these people that you attract. They're not the type of people that will, I'm getting that this is like this. Anyways, that might, be. So projection goes in, I'm sorry, what I was going to say is they might not be the person that's like really reflective in that way. The other thing that I was going to say is like, I feel like oftentimes people talk about projection in a negative light. So what I mean by that is like when someone is dealing with an insecurity or a shadow element, something about their self that they don't maybe like, or maybe society says is bad or whatever. Let's say they're like a power hungry person, right? And society says, oh, that's bad. You know, blah, 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 equal opportunity. That person doesn't accept that as their self. So they might project and think that other people are playing mind games, power games, whatever. That's one way of like a negative projection. It can work the opposite. And that's kind of like the cycle that you kind of are in, where like you have the best intentions and you seek fairness and compromise and compassion and justice. You project that out, and you even maybe to people that don't deserve that. And you think that like other people will have that same aim as you. Like if you share your side, then they can share yours, and it's going to be this very like kumbaya, equal opportunity, you know what I'm saying, type of approach, and everyone's going to have their turn to speak or whatever, and like it's going to be fair and just and balanced. You like project your own way of being out onto other people. So that's a side note. That is something, but that contributes to these situations, this cycle. I'm getting that this is like a lesson that you had to have learned. Basically to recognize when people are being like sharks, or like this fucking crocodile, when you're being hunted, or when people are being hunters, like predatory, you know what I mean? And then it's like trying to talk the lion out of hunting a gazelle. And it's like, the lion is a fucking lion. It's going to hunt the gazelle. And you don't have to like, it's like you don't have to, I'm not saying that for you to interact with that with judgment. It's just to recognize that like you can't go up to a lion and interact with it with like it's a domestic house cat. Because you're going to get fucking eaten. And that's your fear, is to step into this energy of, they say looks can kill and I might try. Like to basically step into your power of like, okay, you want to handle me like that, homie? I got something for your ass. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm a fucking equal just like you. Yes, I'm kind and compassionate, and I can be, I just heard copacetic. Like, yeah, everything can be copacetic. We can be agreeable. You know what I mean? But also, like, don't fuck with me. You're afraid of that energy. because you think you're doing something to push something away. But what's the truth behind that? Well, the truth is, quite frankly, that you're not going to be in alignment with anything that's not for you. So if you come with this don't fuck with me attitude, and it's good and well intentioned, which is just like, don't play with me, I won't play with you. You know what I'm saying? You can have your power, I have my power. It doesn't have to be like fucking down and dirty. Then when you exude that kind of energy, that's the energy that you're going to attract. But you think that when you exude that energy, you're doing something that's pushing people away. The only people that you're pushing away is people who don't authentically have personal power. They have external power. Basically power that's given to them by other people praising them and putting them on a pedestal so they think it's real power. But what are they going to have when all those people disappear? Or maybe they get their power from their status in their career. What are they going to do when that job opportunity is no longer available? You know what I'm saying? Like, your power comes from connecting to yourself and your truth by taking the time to process who you are and deciding, do I need to release this, or is this serving me? Do I need to beef this up? Like, how can I come into balance? Do you know what I'm saying? And not cause harm or endanger anybody else or even myself. That's true power. Because when you know who you are, you're like, people can't tell you who you are. This reminds me of a stand-up that I saw one time. What the fuck is her name? It's like something Tomlinson. Golly, man. I'm going to see if I can try to find it and post it in the link. But basically she was saying, like, you know who, she's like, you know, someone that's like the most, it's not Tomlinson. It's, shoot, what is her name? Something, it starts with an S. Fuck. Okay, I'm going to try to post it, you guys. But anyway, there was a part of the stand-up when she was like, you know, someone that you cannot talk shit to, who's like the most confident person ever, is a fucking black woman. You ever try to come at a black woman and be like, oh my God, like, those pants don't look at you? She's like, that black woman would be like, shit, me, I saw you looking, baby. Like, that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, that's your energy when you step in your truth. Like, fuck you can't tell me shit about who I am because I did the work. I know who I am, homie. You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck out of here, dog. You got to work that. Well, I don't know what's going on with you, but you know, I reject that. That's your energy when you step into your power, and you show, because that's such pure, authentic energy, you show people who think they have power that they're not really in power. And it's not, again, you're not showing up to like, I just heard, I came here to fuck shit up. Like, you're not coming in with that energy of like, I came here to fuck shit up. Like, you just do it without trying. And I don't mean to say that as like, oh my God, you're so effortless. I mean, yes, but it's like, you're not doing anything wrong. You're not intentionally going like, okay, let me see it. This might even just be a recent awareness for you that you do this to people. You might have recently connected this to the fact that people leave. And if not, then that's what this message is for, to help you connect that. This is your own personal power, and it is a oh my God, this is a self-protection mechanism that's meant to repel people that have nefarious intentions or are not truly aligned with their personal power. They present their self to be powerful and like, oh yes, I can do all these things for you. But when it comes down to it, like, you're going to do the work, homie. You're going to say what needs to be said. You're going to hit the truth. You're going to be aware. You're going to cut shit off. You're going to yes this, no that. I'm not fucking with it. We're moving in this direction. Everybody up, let's go. Like, you're about that action. You're about that business, and you show people who say they're about their business where they're not, because you are so seated in your fucking throne, homie. Like, regal as fuck with the goddamn naked cat. What is that cat called? I can't even remember. But isn't it some like prize cat? I'm not really sure. It doesn't matter. But like, look at the power in this card. I mean, even the look on her face. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, she's so fucking cutthroat and decisive. She's like, don't fuck with me, homie. I'm the goddamn, like, queen, empress, whatever. Like, I'm on this throne. Like, you have built something. I'm looking at these pyramids in the back. Like, you have built something for yourself, even if it's just a name for yourself. Even if you have built up your credibility in your authenticity or in your truth. It's like, you might spit truth and people try to, like, negate that and be like, nah, she's wrong, da, 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 or he's wrong, or whatever. Like, they might try to negate your truth, but it holds up. You know what I'm saying? It's like the truth always comes to light. It holds up. Like, you bring awarenesses to people, they try to negate your truth, and you just sit back and you're like, all right. You know what I mean? Like, sure. But it's so wild because it's like when you're in that energy, you're in that energy. But when it comes to, I don't know if this is a specific person, this situation that I described about this fear that you have, or like a specific archetype of a person. Because when it comes to this specific energy, there's like a fear of losing this person or this type of energy or something. It might be a specific person, to be honest with you. Yeah. I feel like that was pretty quick. Gosh, I just thought for sure this was going to be so long. I feel like the other readings were like eons long. I want to say, I don't want to influence you. So if you felt called, this other energy that I'm talking about, or this other archetype of an energy that I'm talking about in your pile, might be pile 1. This card came out for pile 1. And also that's just like the energy that I was, so anyways, if you feel called to that. So let's see what we can do to help you lean into the truth. So was that clear? So the fear is this fear of, I don't know how to describe it, because it's like this fear isn't a consistent fear. It's a sometimes fear, or it's a fear with a specific energy. Like you're afraid that if you show this part of yourself to this specific energy, that it's going to push them away. I think there were themes of that. Okay, this fell out. I was doing this on camera before. So that's the fear. The truth of that fear is that you're afraid of abandonment, rejection because of your experiences. Which is, it's false. Your fear is, again, false evidence appearing real. Okay, so you have say what you think, which is exactly the energy of that. This is the fear. So just say what you think. Because remember, if a person is, I just heard malaligned with you, whether you say it or don't say it, it's not going to work out. The energy just is, there's nothing you can say or do to a person or a situation or an energy to make it, like, if you want to change a dynamic with someone, you have to change your energy. You know what I mean? Like, bring your energy up. Do you get what I'm saying? So, okay, put your feet in the grass / dirt. This also came out for pile 1. All right. These are things that you can do to just kind of like reconnect you with the truth of who you are. Be more sensual. Okay, so what I'm getting is from that is like, I think that there are some people who think you're like a cold-hearted, cutthroat bitch. And you're not, but you're just not one to be fucked with. So it's saying like, maybe show more of that side of you. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't always have to be like so intense, or I want to say serious. I don't think that you are a person that's always serious, but I think that like being on the same page is important to you. Like if you have the conversation, you know, like, okay, we're on the same page, we're headed in the same direction, cool. However that unfolds is all good, as long as we keep checking back in periodically. All that other shit can happen, the sensuality, the fun, the whatever, because that's the stuff that's the fuel that propels and continues to push you guys forward. That's your, like, embrace the unknown is standing out. Like, that's your demeanor towards it. But you're like, I'm not going to add fuel to this shit if you're pulling in that way and I'm pulling this way. Neither of us are going to move. We're going to be stuck. And who the hell wants to be in stuck ass energy? You know what I mean? Like, who wants to be stuck in a situation that you guys are both trying to move out of in a different direction? Do you get what I'm saying? So for you, it's like, if we have the conversation and we are serious about that, and tell the truth, get to the point, get right down to it. Let's get to the bones of this. You know what I'm saying? Then we can, sorry, I don't know if my hair got in frame. I was trying to find, one of those things fell. So yeah, once you know, like, you're on the same accord, then it's like, all right, cool. We know we're going in the same direction. Now fucking party time. Okay, let's see what else you have here. I'm tired, pile 3. Have you been feeling, so I felt tired before your reading. Do you feel that? Have you been feeling tired lately? I also feel like maybe you might be allowing yourself to kind of feel your emotions lately, like instead of hiding them or suppressing them. Because I saw a vision of someone, like something happened and it was almost, it was quick. It was like something happened and then immediately, and the person that I was seeing in the vision was like, "Wah!" And just kind of full on cried for a couple minutes, like to let it out. And then it was like, and it was like, okay, cool, we're done. It's reminding me of that scene from Inside Out. You guys might be like, why the fuck are a lot of your movie references so like juvenile? Well, that's 1, because I have a child, and 2, because that's how Spirit gives it to me, so it is what it is. But I'm seeing the scene where like there's joy, and then there's sadness, and then there's like the toy from the girl's childhood, and the memories with that toy are being like stored in, or I don't know, they're being thrown away or whatever, which means that that toy eventually is going to be, there's a specific word that starts with a D that's trying to come through. That toy is going to be demolished because it no longer exists in the real world. It only exists in the memories. And so like the toy is kind of getting like nostalgic, but also sad. And joy is joy. So joy is like, no, we're not going to be sad. Oh my God, it's going to be, hey, look, we have this toy. Jack in the back. And like doing all of this stuff. And like joy is not understanding why this toy won't be like not be sad. So then joy is like gets kind of distracted and goes off somewhere to try to, I don't know, figure out like how the hell can we keep this toy from being sad. But then sadness sits down with this toy and is like, yeah, you're pretty sad, aren't you? And then the toy starts crying or whatever. Joy sees it and she's like panicked, so she starts to run over to joy and sadness. But just before joy gets back to sadness, and did I say joy and sadness? I meant the toy and sadness. This is probably really confusing. Just before joy gets back to the toy and sadness, the toy stops crying. And the toy was just kind of like, oh, thanks. I really had to get that out. We really had some good times. But because that toy was able to release the emotion, it could then accept what is and then figure out a way forward. And sadness was just kind of like, yeah, you're welcome. And then joy was like, her mind was blown because she was like, oh my God, like sadness needs to exist. And I feel like you're in that state where you're recognizing like, fuck that shit. Like if I'm going to be sad, I'm going to be sad. I'm a human and it's a part of emotion and I can't halfway be a human. Do you know what I mean? And so if something comes up that makes you cry, like you cry it out. And it's like you don't need to attach anything to that. You just allow yourself to release that, let it be what it's going to be, and then it'll unfold how it unfolds. And that's that. And that kudos to you. Like that's major. All right. You also have be reciprocal here. And I feel like this might be hella triggering for you because I just felt kind of like in my energy. Oh, okay, I don't know. Hella triggering is very aggressive language. So this might be kind of, I feel like you might have had like be more reciprocal because for us, okay, let me just connect it. I feel like you might receive this as like give more. You might have heard that as like give more, and that's not what it is. It's saying be reciprocal. Like I almost want to say match energy, but I'm so careful about saying that because if you're dealing with a lower vibrational energy, you don't want to match the energy. But if you see that someone's coming at you like as a shark, step into your power. You don't have to be this gentle, like, oh, everything's... Yes, and then you have assert yourself. That's exactly what I'm getting. That's exactly what I'm... Did you guys see that? I don't know if you could see these other two that fell out. But you also have assert yourself. And that's what I'm getting with the be reciprocal. Like, when you see that someone is, you know, being pretty assertive and firm, you don't have to... It doesn't mean that you're mean. But, like, stand your ground. Be firm. Be assertive. Assert yourself. Be reciprocal in that. Okay, you also have be of service to the divine. I feel like this is another one that's like, oh, okay. I feel like that's another one that's like be of service to the divine. Like you might be relating that to like, I am of service to the divine. Like I'm a good person. I'm kind to people. I'm compassionate. I help when I can. Yeah, that's all good. You don't have to give that away. Be of service in the way that's like, say what you think. You've been given this gift of sheer truth and honesty and intuition and your ability to cut right to the bone, to see the truths in other people That is the gift that was given to you, the divine. So when you bite your tongue and you hold yourself back from saying whatever it is that you need to be to say, you have those I'm gonna call them intuitive downloads, because those truths that you're able to see, that's a part of your intuition. It's a part of your, honestly, your connection to the divine, your psychic gifts. When you hold yourself back, it's like you're probably a channel, honestly, pile 3. If you don't recognize that readily, you are. So when these things come out and you're afraid that it's going to hurt someone's feelings or whatever, it's like, if it does, it's intentional, because it's meant to shatter some sort of ego in a person, and that's, you're protected. You know what I mean? Like, you'll be fine. I'm not trying to like be dismissive or patronizing. Like, you will be fine. You are protected by the divine, because you have such a gift that evokes such change in people, in your environment, in your surroundings, in your family, in the community, in the world. You know what I'm saying? So that's what that means by be of service. Like, don't bite your tongue. Say what comes out. Also, lower your defenses is standing out here to me. And take your time. I'm just getting like, it's okay. I think that with this other energy, so there's, let me be careful. What am I trying to say? I think there, with this specific energy, or with this specific archetype of an energy, there's an automatic defense that you, well, I don't want to say automatic, but it's like, once you see this type of behavior or a character pattern, excuse me, from this energy, it reminds you of something and puts you in a defensive posture, because you think you can no longer trust it. You think that you're going to get hurt, whether it's by someone saying something with their words to intentionally like stab you in the back, or to hit below the belt. Like, these are metaphors, obviously, but you know what I'm saying? Like, to intentionally wound you, whether their actions do that. Like, if it's a relationship, maybe like you're afraid of being cheated on or of being left. Like, lower your defenses, and it's okay to like, just take your time with it. Be more sensual. It's okay to trust. It's okay to trust. So yeah, okay, let's get one more card here for you. I'm so tired, you guys. Oops, oops, oops. Okay, well, something here wants to come out, and I'm not sure which one, because I think one flipped over. Oh, two flipped over. All right, so you have quite a few cards, actually. So this one's showing first, so let's go with this one. You have, interesting. You have heart, and it says, believe in your heart that you are meant to live a life full of passion, purpose, magic, and miracles. Okay. You also have the deer, and you have the deer card here from the animal spirit deck. So this one says, bring gentleness and grace in every aspect of your life. I just feel like there's this energy of like forgiveness when it comes to this other outside energy, whether it's again a specific energy or an archetype of an energy, to kind of like embrace it with compassion and forgiveness and understand the humanness. I want not to like condone or excuse a behavior, but you know, be open to forgiving this outside energy. All right, and then last you have the sun. It says, keep your face to the sun and you will never see the shadows. I'm getting like a couple things. I think the sun like charges you or recharges you, and maybe specifically even like your psychic gifts. So if you are a person, so with this like truth energy, that's like a form of channeling, and you may find yourself feeling kind of like drained or depleted or whatever, or maybe just kind of like low after doing that, maybe after what you said, because you think it's you, it's coming from you. Connect with like get in the sun, like physically get in the sun, even if you're just sitting in front of the window where the sun is blasting. Maybe you're not able to get outside or whatever, work doesn't allow, whatever the situation is. Get into the sun. That's going to help to kind of like restabilize you, rebalance you, and recharge you. So, man, like right now, you guys, for your pile, I had to get another iced coffee, which is my second one for the day. I'm sorry for that long pause. I'm drinking some iced coffee. I need some because I was so tired. I'm surprised nothing came out with that. I feel like I kind of want to like pick another card and see, because I just feel like rest. You need rest or something. Like I just feel so tired. Like maybe you've just been feeling exhausted lately, and like you might, I don't know, I just feel like you need a vacation. Honor your feelings. Oh, that's not what I thought I was going to receive. Talk to someone. I don't know. I don't want to keep this going like for a million years long, but I'm surprised you didn't get anything talking about that. Add passion to it. So anyways, all right, that's what I have for you, pile 3. So I hope that this helped provide some sort of clarity in the truth behind your fear, or maybe even a specific situation for some of you guys. If it did, I would appreciate you interacting with this channel. Thank you so much for being here. And I want to remind you that if you do want to be notified when I upload videos, which is usually once a week, to hit that notification bell, or not. But that's what I have for you. I'm tired, pile 3. I'm sorry. I feel like there's something else that I'm forgetting, that I'm like missing. Do you smoke weed? That was coming through earlier. Oh yeah, because you know, when I saw this when I was channeling, I thought it said sativa, which is a strand of weed. Okay, anyways, did I say strand? I meant strain? I don't know. And then also at the bottom of this deck that's off to the side, you have cannabis. Maybe that's the way you feel tired. I don't know. Something about that. But honestly, I feel too tired to even go any further in this message, you guys. I need to take a quick break. So I love you. Thank you so much for being here and sharing your energy. I appreciate you. I appreciate this truth teller energy. Tap into it for the good of everyone, for the collective. Honestly, we need you. So we love you. I love you. Thank you for being here, and I hope to see you again in a future video, pile 3. Bye. So, pile number 4. There, as usual, was a lot coming through before I got here to this point, obviously. Hello, welcome. Thank you for joining. I feel the most like kind of playful in this energy. And it's almost, so when I was doing this, I was like, kind of like giggly and like, oh, how do I describe this? When I was going through this, I was kind of like, what even is your fear? And not to say that this fear is invalid, but it's this is like the pile that maybe you have imposter syndrome. Like you don't know how great you are. Do you know what I mean? And so your fear is based in you not knowing how great you are. So when you look at it, it's like you have this fear of not accomplishing X, whatever that is, or not being as potent in X. There's this energy of you kind of like comparing yourself to the other and you not feeling like you're a strong suitor, is what I just heard, in comparison. So, but me on the outside looking at this, I'm kind of like, what even are you afraid of? Like, are you kidding me? And I don't want to, like, if it's your fear, it's valid, but I want to remind you that a fear is false evidence appearing real. So I haven't gotten into the truth yet, but we'll get to the truth of this, which hopefully will provide some sort of enlightenment, because this totally is giving me like imposter syndrome, where it's like, okay, so let me say, while I was shuffling, I was getting a vision of me basically like, you guys, if you might have heard me, I was getting a vision of me doing like a tarot reading and having a conversation about the tarot reading with another tarot reader here on YouTube named Jess Puckett. I sincerely love her reading style. It's one of my favorites. It's so psychological. She includes nuance. It's so detailed. She articulates very well. I also am a fan of vocabulary, and she uses a lot. The way that she explains things and connects it, it's so clear, so precise. Sometimes tend to be a little bit choppy and like my thoughts are interrupted. I'm a little bit maybe like all over the place, kind of ping pong energy. I just go how it's how it flows. And not that she doesn't. I think she does as well. She's definitely much more practiced. The way that I'm explaining this energy. So let me back up a little bit. I'm sorry. So I was getting the image that I was doing a tarot reading for her. And then in response to that, I was like, God, could you imagine if Jess Puckett were to come to my channel and pick this pile? This is probably, I wonder like if this is the pile that she picks. And then I'm interacting with that like, that's crazy if you have this fear that you're not to her. Like, that's crazy if she has this fear that she's like not as potent or as strong, you know what I'm saying, as she is in this, like, let's say in this realm. Maybe she thinks she's not a great tarot reader. I don't know that, like, I've never had an interaction with her, but I was just in this vision, I was just kind of like, holy fucking shit. Like, if Jess Puckett blessed my channel with a view and a comment saying this power resonated or whatever, first of all, I would fucking flip. I know I'm like hardcore, like kind of idolizing her, and I realize how crazy I sound. So like, I actually might be this pile also. But that's the energy, kind of that response, like the way that I'm responding to that, like, oh my God, like she's so great. And not that she's not great. She is fucking phenomenal. I mean, you hear how I'm talking about her. But it's almost like, oh my God, I'm just having, you guys, this is fucking crazy. I'm sorry. I don't even know how to describe this. I'm having a moment where I am reading my energy to me. Oh God, that's weird. That's a weird experience. That's a weird experience. So sorry, let me try to recalibrate, you guys. So basically what I'm trying to say is like the energy that I'm describing of someone else is like actually my energy, and I'm processing this as I'm describing, because I don't typically read for myself because I get weird like this. So I'm sorry. I hope this is still a good reading. I'm going to seriously try to like remove myself out of this. So I'm just going to use Jess. I'm going to use Jess Puckett. So if you're like, why the fuck are you talking about her? Because it's easier for me to use her instead of myself. Otherwise, it's going to be weird. So, but on a side note, that would be hella fucking cool if Jess did. Anyways. So yeah, so the fear is like, I was just getting the energy where it's like, what can I if you, let's do that. We're going to use you instead of Jess Puckett. So it's almost this energy of like, okay, so the song that you have here is, this is about a relationship, but just stick with me here. You have, I need something you proof, something stronger than I'm used to. I've been pouring 90 to 100, feel like nothing is going to cut it. That's the hard truth. That's You Proof by Morgan Wallen. That's a relationship song, so you can listen to that if that resonates, if that applies. That's cool, because maybe the other scenario that I'm getting is that maybe this is like a relationship. Like maybe maybe there's someone that you're interested in, or you used to date an ex or whatever, and you're comparing yourself to the other person that they're now dating or whatever. Now I'm getting like Olivia Rodrigo. And You guys, for a minute, I thought this wasn't recording and my heart almost dropped and I was about to say, fuck it. You guys are about to be SOL. I'm so sorry. I'm so tired. This has been going all day long. I thought this was going to be quick. My daughter has a school dance, so I pick her up like 2 hours later than I normally do. So I was like, cool, we'll knock this out and I'm going to have a good couple hours to just kind of like relax, you know, have time to myself. I'm probably going to be pushing it like right up against the timeline to go and get her, which is all good. I'm just like freaking tired. So that's a side note. Sorry to make that about me. Maybe that's how your energy feels. Yeah, okay. Actually, that ties in really great with this song, because what I was going to say is like, I was getting the energy of someone that's like, I need to do more. Like I need to, all right, take this if this applies. But it's like, if you're, this is an example, because Jess was coming through, who's also a tarot reader, me, whatever, maybe you're a psychic person. There's a lot of bird imagery, and from that I get like very elevated perspective. So like divine wisdom. So maybe you connect somehow in that way, right? And maybe that's through substances. And there's kind of this feeling like you don't feel potent enough, and it's like, man, maybe if I try these mushrooms, or maybe if I smoke this weed, or, you know, do this thing. I heard that if you like eat scorpion, it gives you this hallucinogen. I'm saying that this is not real. I didn't really hear that. If I'm channeling like you, so this is something that like you might think, you know what I mean? As an example, like, yeah, I heard that if you know, eat a scorpion, it's like a hallucinogenic and you connect to like the fucking realm of God and you whatever, or you know, however you would say, it's kind of like that, where it's almost like you don't realize how fucking great you're doing, and you feel like you need to be more potent, you need to be more stronger, you need something to help you be your best self. And it's like this nightingale, whenever I first pulled this out, I don't know what the message is of this card, so I'm just going to talk until it comes out. But whenever I first pulled this out, I don't know why I immediately thought hummingbird. This looks nothing like a hummingbird. This doesn't say hummingbird, but like I immediately thought of a hummingbird. I felt like I was seeing a hummingbird on this card. I didn't see the actual hummingbird card of this deck. Does that make sense? But like in my third eye, like I saw a hummingbird on this card. And with that, I'm getting like song energy. Sorry, you guys, this card just fell out of this, off of the table on this deck, which, oop, good Lord. Okay, God, there's a lot coming. You have a lot of spiritual energy around you. So this is the Empress, which is, excuse me, about like creation and stuff, which fell on top of Heartbeat. So I was saying about this bird imagery, it's like this elevated perspective, like this divine wisdom. I don't even know where I want to put this card. All right, give me a second, you guys. The energy is changing and I'm trying to figure out what it's about. I'm feeling a little bit irritated. I don't know what's happening, because I feel like I keep going back and forth between your energy and my energy, and it's so weird because like I felt irritated, and then like I was back in my energy and I felt like I don't know, like I want to laugh or giggle or something, or like I have no idea what's going on here. Oh my gosh, please stick with me, pile. I'm like, I have no, or don't, if you feel like you're tapping out. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what's going on, you guys. This one is taking me a little bit for a loop, to be honest with you. So I feel like I was pretty clear about that fear, but I don't know what's happening, because it's like, I know that I'm tapping into my energy and then into your energy, and we're going back and forth, but I feel like that's significant, not for the fact, like, not... That's important, because it's not that it's my energy. It's like my energy represents something associated with you. So maybe there's like a duality or something, or maybe, okay, maybe you have like, what is it called? Like a split personality, or like dissociative identity disorder or something like that. You know, maybe that's something that applies, or maybe you just dissociate often. So what's the message there? I'm just getting the, I'm sorry. So now I feel like, I don't know if I'm tapping, I'm feeling that energy again now, where I think I'm tapping back into your energy. It feels kind of, it's not irritated now. Now it feels kind of sad. Like, I don't know if disappointed is right, but if it is the right word, it's like disappointed in yourself. Like, there's a sadness of like, man, I'm never gonna level up, or like, I gotta do this thing to be more it. Like, it's this energy of feeling like, gosh, I have to do this other thing and this other thing and this other thing just to be good. And it's crazy because in that those experiences of like, gosh, I gotta do this now and I gotta do this now, because you're so focused on what you need to do to be good, like you're missing the journey. Meaning, like, yes, you might have to do this now fourth thing, but damn, look at how much you've grown in the first, second, and third thing that you had to do. Do you know what I mean? So it's like there's this need to, spirit, your angels, they're encouraging you to recognize that, like, yes, when you have to do a new thing, that means that you've passed that level that you were just in. You're in a next level. Like, yeah, now you have to do this new thing and learn it, but like, holy shit, look at how that improved your reading style. I'm going to keep going with that metaphor because tarot reading was coming through. So take that however that applies. If that's a new job, a new business endeavor, a new creative, whatever. For some of you, this is specific, but this has to do with parenting. Like, maybe you're like, God, man, I just freaking got them to get off their pacifier. Now they, you know, like are going through a growth spurt and they don't sleep through the night because they cry because they're hungry every couple hours or something. It's like that, like where it's like, golly, like I just mastered this one thing, now I got to do this other thing. That doesn't go away ever. Ever, in parenting and in life. And apparently in tarot. So like, embrace that, you know what I'm saying? Because I feel like that's gonna help you when it comes to like overcoming this fear of, I don't know, like you're not good enough, or you're doing something wrong, or you're not as like, yeah, like you're not good enough. Like you're not as, I keep hearing potent, like you're not a potent person or a parent or someone in a relationship or whatever. So, and that experience, I feel like it's taking you on an emotional roller coaster, because just like in the last like 2.5 minutes, I feel like I went from being freaking tired to irritated to happy to sad to, I don't know, tired again or whatever. I feel like, and then also you have the temperance in reverse. Like it feels like you're dysregulated right now. Which is honestly the truth behind this fear. The reason why you're not able to see yourself in the light that you actually see is because you're overworking yourself. Okay, so that's one of those things where it's like you're working yourself because you want to be the best, but the fact that you're working yourself so hard makes it so that you can't even see how you're the best, or that you don't feel your best. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like the thing that you think that you need to do in order to be your best self is actually holding you back from being your best self. That's the truth. That's the truth behind this fear. This fear is like that you have. Okay, so now I really... Okay, seriously, on a side note, Jess Puckett, if you're here, please can you comment or like the video, because I keep getting Jess, or maybe some of you guys need to go to her channel or something. I don't know. I just keep getting Jess Puckett like imagery and I don't know, like energy in this reading. So anyways, what I was gonna say was well, shit, I don't know. You guys remember that I don't know, would you call it a meme or something? What is his name? I cannot remember. But he's like short, old, white, gay guy. And this was like during quarantine. And he just posted that video one time. He's like, well, shit. What are y'all doing? That's what I just heard. Oh my gosh. This, did I see something with focus? No, chaos. Okay, well, that same thing. It's almost like, I feel like... it's like one thing is perpetuating the other, which is perpetuating the one thing, and it's kind of taking you in a circle. I know please try to stay with me. I know I'm like kind of really disconnected and just disjointed. The reason I just had a realization in that, where it's like you are out of balance and kind of scattered in your emotions, in your thought process, in your way of being, because you are putting so much energy into this endeavor, like this thing, or we're going to say tarot, into like growing your tarot channel, for example, or being a great tarot reader, maybe increasing your like subscriptions, maybe your patronage or something like that. This is a metaphor. So if tarot doesn't apply to you specifically, take it how it does. If this is a relationship, then it's like maybe the way, like I'm getting love languages. Like maybe you're trying to put in the work to get someone to express their love language to you in a certain way or something like that, or something. And it's like you're exhausting yourself trying to put in the effort to do that. And the intention is good, like you want to grow, but because you are exhausting yourself, you're so tired that it's kind of coming across scattered. So it feels like it's not good enough because you're too tired for your brain to even recognize where it's good, or in the areas where like maybe we just need to line up these cards a little bit more. Like it's great, it's in the right order, but maybe they're just a little bit scattered and we need to position this. It's like your brain can't see that needs to be done because you're just noticing that like, oh my God, I have 3 cards here instead of 2. And it's God, I don't feel like I'm doing a really good job of explaining this metaphor. It's like one part of it. I'm just seeing a circle with like 2 arrows where one thing is feeding the other and that other is feeding the one. So like, basically, essentially what I'm trying to say is like, in order for you to see things clearly and to see how potent you are, you need to kind of like take your foot off the gas a little bit, ease up, relax, rest, so you can recalibrate yourself. And then that way, instead of being so, I'm getting like quick kind of change energy, like, okay, like the people said that they want to see these types of readings, so let me start to record these readings. And it's like, okay, so now my other group over here, like maybe my Patreon, they want this more regularly, so let me do this. And then this thing comes up, so let me handle this. And there's so much like, let me address, that you have moved out of the space of this bird imagery, this higher perspective. You've moved out of the space of the higher perspective. So now it's almost like you're allowing your patrons to navigate how you are making decisions or in this thing. Like, so let me go with tarot reading, for example. Like maybe you're allowing your patrons to decide how you're like, what you're going to read, like what the subjects are, instead of connecting with your divine wisdom or this elevated perspective and prioritizing according to that instead of trying to address every single person's need. Do you get what I'm saying? And in that, it feels very scattered. And because you're so scattered, it feels like you're disjointed, like you're not, it almost doesn't feel fulfilling is what I want to say, because it feels more almost like work. It used to not feel like work to you. It feels like work now because you feel like you're constantly just kind of, you feel like you're constantly kind of just like, I'm seeing like a whack-a-mole. You know what I mean? Like that game where one pops up and you try to whack it and whack it. It's kind of like that. Like that's your energy, where you're just kind of trying to like acknowledge everything and the message that's coming through, the truth behind that, or spirit. I don't even know how to phrase this so whatever, the message that's coming through is like, stop for a second, take a break so that you can get your hands off and take a step back and then prioritize. Instead of trying to address everything, everybody's needs are not going to be met and you're not going to be able to be everything for everyone all the time. Instead of doing that, take a step back, take a break, and then prioritize what's important to this thing that you have going on, to you, to your fulfillment. If the reading tarot is what you want to do, okay, let's go back and revisit. What is your intention of starting this? What did you want to bring? What are you doing that's in alignment with that? And what are you doing that's creating chaos? You have Harpy here, the chaos card. You know what I mean? And then from that chaos, how can you create order? By stepping back and prioritizing. And then that's going to make things feel more like copacetic. That's going to get you, realign you with your personal power. And that's going to help to dissipate this fear, this imposter syndrome. I feel like you're going to be so fulfilled. It's like you're going to be so fulfilled from the messages the quality of message and the intention behind the message and how that impacts people, that whether or not it impacts 300 something thousand subscribers or you know, like 20 something thousand subscribers or like 200 something subscribers, there's the fulfillment of like, damn, that was a potent ass message. And whoever gets that, like whoever resonates with that, like kudos to them. And there's going to be this fulfillment. Like I'm doing my work in this world. It's not, I feel like there's also going to be a recognition where you're like, it's not for me to decide who has to have this. It's not for me to say 3,000 people need this message. It's not for me to say only 200 people need these messages. That's the divine's work. And I feel like there's going to be a realignment with that. I heard integrity. Like with that integrity within yourself. And so that alone and the fulfillment you get from that is going to pull you out of this need to like, well, what can I do to enhance? Like I'm getting enhancement energy. Like what can I do to enhance this thing? You know, so maybe that will help. Like don't stop with the comparison. If you feel like you've been comparing your page or your project or yourself to another person or whatever the situation is, like pull out of that, recalibrate, rest, give yourself what you need. In a healthy demeanor. I feel like I don't even need to tell you that, but and then it'll realign. So that is the fear and the truth. I hope so let me just kind of distinguish that. So the fear is this like imposter syndrome that you're not good enough or that you're not going to be as successful as whatever. And the truth behind that is it's like a comparison issue. How do I don't know. I don't know if I don't know. Just the messaging of like how to integrate what you need to realize, I guess, is what's coming through, where basically it's saying like, remember why you started this, remember why you did this, or remember the intention behind it. Like I'm just getting integrity. Like remember the integrity of yourself. That's the truth. Your integrity. That's the truth. Connect to that. And that's going to, I'm just seeing like there's like a smoke cloud. You know how sometimes in like animated movies or whatever, like you see like a billow of smoke and then like someone does their hand and then the smoke just kind of like floats. It's kind of like that. Like that's going to happen. Like this is okay. Like you see a person. What am I looking for? Like, is this Alice in Wonderland or whatever? The Cheshire Cat. You know how he kind of shows up in like this cat like smoky imagery and then like someone walks through and then it just kind of like fades and dissipates. Like that's what's going to happen with the sphere. You know, it's almost like you're going to walk right through it and it's going to seem, you're going to recognize that it was smoke the whole time. It was smoke. Like now I'm hearing smoking mirrors. Like it was smoke the whole time. It's the imposter. This fear came from you, which means that you have the ability to put it out. So that's freaking dope. How empowering is that, man? That's bomb. Yo, I just want to say one more time, like, Jess, if this is you, stop being so obsessed, Leah. Oh my God. All right. So let's get some little messages here to see what you can do to help to just kind of realign you with the truth and integrate that. Helps to push you back in that direction of integrity. I hope you guys can see when this has come out, I think literally for every single, all of us need to ground. I think this has come out for every single pile. All of us need to ground. Let's get outside, get our shoes and our socks off, put your feet in the dirt, in the ground, in the sand, on the earth, and just freaking enjoy, yo. All right. Embrace conflict. Fight for what you believe. This seems, well, that actually seems conflicting to the message. I feel like someone's like, what? Embrace conflict. Like, fight. I feel like someone might receive that as like, do more. And that's not what I'm getting. It's like, okay, so now what I'm hearing is less is more. So fight for what you believe, meaning like tap back into this energy of femininity. You know what I mean? Where you don't have to constantly be a person that's producing. Go, 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 go. Active, active, active. Fight for what you believe. If you're a person, and I'm getting that you might be like, that you are a person that is all about attraction and the being energy, connect back with that. That's the conflict. What is it that has moved you more into this masculine energy and taken you out of your balance? Like, of course you need to do, if it's tarot, you know what I mean? Like, of course you need to record the videos and stuff, but what has put you in this energy where you feel like you need to do more videos or acknowledge this or whatever, that kind of like, do you get what I'm saying? So embrace conflict, that's what I mean by embrace conflict. I don't know. I hope that was clear, you guys, what I just explained. It's like you're having a hard time giving yourself permission to just be in your feminine energy and to go with the flow and to not kind of like compete. Do you know what I'm saying? That's the conflict. Why are you having a hard time with that? Fight for that. Fight for what you believe. And if you believe like I'm good all on my own, like I feel like you started this not necessarily needing like a whole lot of external validation, and maybe you've moved more into like a comparison where you like, okay, well I see other tarot readers have so many 100,000 subscribers and I don't. You know what I'm saying? And it's like you started this off like being so grateful for, you know, your 10 subscribers. I'm obviously like using hyperbolic language for the sense of comparison. Oh, I don't know why I put that back. Experience more joy. Yeah. Talk to someone. You guys, I'm just realizing how much of, I don't know if I want to say obsession, but fuck it. I mean, I'm a Scorpio. How much of an obsession I have with Jess Puckett and her talents. I think she's just really freaking incredible. And I think more people should like seriously check out her page. Or maybe I'm just projecting my own likes, but I just think she does an incredible freaking job, especially of being like unbiased. Mostly. We're human. So I don't know. I just think she does a really fucking incredible job. And so, I don't know, her energy was coming through again. Anyways. All right, manifest. That's so funny as I was like, that I see this card. And as I was saying that, the reason why I said my obsession with Jess is because when that one came out, I was thinking like, so like, yeah, Jess, talk to me. God damn it, Aaliyah. Shit. All right, let me relax. Am I fangirling? Is that what this is? Holy shit. Anyways, well, if I can manifest that, my job here would be done, you guys, and I'm closing up this YouTube page. All right, dedication is needed, and honestly, I'm getting dedication is needed to yourself, to your own needs, like your rest. I'm getting rest, like honestly, like to your own rest, your own routines, your own rituals, your own integrity. All right, let's get like two more. I don't know if you saw that one fall out. Consider what you're investing in, right, which is bringing me back to, again, the integrity. Okay, a couple more. So here you have be curious, ask question, ask question. Pile number 4, ask question, just a question, singular. All right, and then you have use your words. Nurture yourself. I was hardcore getting this energy, to be honest with you. So, all right, to close this out, let's get a card here, honestly, because my feet are starting to hurt and I need to wrap this up, you guys. I think this reading, I hope it all uploads in one video because I feel like it's been like at least 5 hours by now. That might be just, I don't even actually think that that's dramatic. I think that that's legit. All right, you have the lotus. Yeah, I'm totally getting you have like lotus energy for real. Move from darkness. Oh, move from darkness into the light like a lotus. You guys, I just got somebody's energy who's like super appreciative of this reading. And by somebody, I mean Jess. Oh, are you guys judging me right now? Because I would be. I'm sorry if you're not Jess. I love you either way. Maybe your energy is just being represented by Jess, by Jess's energy, which is all good because if this is your energy, whether you are Jess or not, I love it. And I feel like someone here, you, might have needed to hear this, like that you're doing great and that you're the fucking lotus and that whether your name is Jess Puckett or not, it's the energy that I'm interacting with. So like this fangirl energy that I have towards you, this kind of, I want to say obsessive energy, but not in a dangerous way, you guys, just kind of like super admirable. Like I super admire your energy. I feel like somebody here needed to hear that. The way that I talked about Jess, insert Jess's name for yours because it's energy that I'm dealing with and it's your energy that I'm reading. That's how I feel about you, and that's how other people feel about you and your craft, whether they say it or not. I have a video, which is a big fucking deal to me. I'm not trying to like whatever. I have one of my videos that has like over 7,000 views, which is a fucking lot to me. And I'm so excited about that. I think it has like maybe a couple hundred likes and maybe like less than 20 comments. And now I'm not like complaining or saying anything bad. The reason why I gave that example is because they may not always comment or say the things. Do you know what I'm saying? But it's there. Like, they are interested. You're energetically, like maybe in a patronage way. They might be, if you're a tarot reader, they're coming and they're watching, and it's like, try not to personalize the fact that you're not getting comments, because sometimes it's, you know how many, I think that I've probably watched not all of them. I've watched a lot of Jess Puckett's tarot readings, and I maybe commented on like 3. Just because like a lot of times her messages that comes through, I use tarot in general, whether it's hers or anybody, to be reflective of self. So whatever message I get, even if it's about someone else, like if I'm asking about someone, I reflect like, what does that teach me about myself? So I go automatically into like reflection mode, and I don't know, it just slips my mind. I'm so into that it slips my mind to comment. I hope that gives you some sort of like, I don't know, just like consolation or justification that even if people don't say it outright all the time, it doesn't mean that they don't feel energetically in their person or whatever, that you're not doing a great job. And I know it's so helpful to hear it. It's so helpful to have people react in a way that's like, you're doing fucking terrific. It's so encouraging, right? It lets us know like, great, we want to keep moving in this direction. This is helpful. It's serving. It's beneficial. It's giving me joy. All of those things. But when it becomes solely reliant on the feedback of other people, that's when we can kind of get a little bit like diverted in our path. So let's try not to do that, because you are great, pile number 4. So I hope that this gave you the boost of encouragement that you needed, and honestly the reminder that you're doing fucking great. You're doing fucking great, yo. Like, seriously. Okay, so take that, rest, nurture yourself, man. Love on yourself. You need a little bit of love, and it's not. Don't let me tell you what you need, but I have love to give to you if you're willing to accept it. So there you go. Thank you so much for being here, pile number 4. If you did like this reading, don't forget that you can click the notification bell to let you know when I do upload, which is usually once a week. I'm thinking about moving this over, making some adjustments, and kind of like beefing up, let me be real, like starting my Patreon page. I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing though, and it feels so overwhelming. So I'm gonna figure that out eventually, but in the meantime, I'm just gonna be in this feminine energy of just being, and I hope you do too, at least for a little while, pile number 4. Thank you so much for being here, and I hope to see you again in a future video. Bye.